Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp from the 1001 Nights. There dwelt in a city of the cities of China a man which was a tailor, withal a pauper, and he had one son, Aladdin hight. Now this boy had been from his babyhood a ne'er-do-well, a scapegrace, and when he reached his 10th year, his father inclined to teach him his own trade. And for that he was over indignant to expend money upon his learning other work or craft or apprenticeship. He took the lad into his shop that he might be taught tailoring. But Aladdin was a scapegrace and a ne'er-do-well, and wont to play at all times with the gutter boys of the quarter. He would not sit in the shop for a single day, nay, he would await his father's leaving it for some purpose, such as to meet a creditor, when he would run off at once and fare forth into the gardens with the other scapegraces and low companions, his fellows. Such was his case. Counsel and castigation were of no avail, nor would he obey either parent in aught or learn any trade. And presently, for his sadness and sorrowing, because of his son's vicious indolence, the tailor sickened and died. Aladdin continued in his former ill courses, and when his mother saw that her spouse had deceased, and that her son was a scapegrace and a good-for-nothing at all, she sold the shop and whatso was to be found therein, and fell to spinning cotton yarn. By this toilsome industry she fed herself and found food for her son Aladdin, the scapegrace, who, seeing himself freed from bearing the severities of his sire, increased in his idleness and low habits. Nor would he ever stay at home save at the meal hours, while his miserable, wretched mother lived only by what her hands could spin, until the youth had reached his 15th year. It befell one day of the days that as he was sitting about the quarter at play with the vagabond boys, behold, a darwish from the Maghrib, the land of the setting sun, came and stood gazing for solace upon the lads, and he looked hard at Aladdin and carefully considered his semblance, scarcely noticing his companions the while. Now the darwish was a Mormon from the inner Morocco, and he was a magician who could upheap by his magic hill upon hill, and he was also an adept in astrology. So after narrowly considering Aladdin, he said in himself, "Verily, this is the lad I need, and to find whom I have left my natal land." Presently, he led one of the children apart and questioned him, anent the scapegrace, saying, "Whose son is he?" And he sought all information concerning his condition, and whatso related to him. After this, he walked up to Aladdin, and drawing him aside, asked, "O my son, haply thou art the child of such an one the tailor?" And the lad answered, "Yes, O my lord, but 'tis long since he died." The Maghrabi, the magician, hearing these words, threw himself upon Aladdin, and wound his arms around his neck, and fell to bussing him, weeping the while with tears trickling adown his cheeks. But when the lad saw the Mormon's case, he was seized with surprise thereat, and questioned him, saying, "What causeth thee weep, O my lord? And how camest thou to know my father?" "How canst thou, O my son?" he replied, in a soft voice saddened by emotion, "question me with such query after informing me that thy father and my brother is deceased? For that he was my brother german, and now I come from my adopted country, and after long exile, I rejoiced with exceeding joy in the hope of looking upon him once more, and condoling with him over the past. And now thou hast announced to me his demise. But blood hideth not from blood, and it hath revealed to me that thou art my nephew, son of my brother, and I knew thee amongst all the lads, albeit thy father, when I parted from him, was yet unmarried." The Maghrabi, the magician, said to the tailor's orphan, "O my son Aladdin, and I have now failed in the mourning ceremonies and have lost the delight I expected from meeting my father, my brother, whom after my long banishment I had hoped to see once more, ere I die. But far distance wrought me this terrible, nor hath the creature aught of asylum from the Creator or artifice against the commandments of Allah Almighty. Then he again clasped Aladdin to his bosom, crying, O my son, I have none to condole with, now save thyself, and thou standest in my stead of thy sire, thou being his issue and representative, and whoso leaveth issue dieth not. O my child, so saying the magician put one hand to purse, and pulling out 10 gold pieces gave them to the lad, asking, O my son, where is your house, and where dwelleth she, thy mother, and my brother's widow? Presently Aladdin arose with him, and showed him the way to their home. Meanwhile quoth the wizard, O my son, take thee monies, and give them to thy mother, greeting her from me, and let her know that thine uncle, thy father's brother, hath reappeared from his exile, and that Inshallah, God willing, on the morrow I will visit her to salute her with the salam, and see the house wherein my brother was homed, and look upon the place where he lieth buried. Thereupon Aladdin kissed the Maghrabi's hand, and after running in his joy at fullest speed to his mother's dwelling, entered to her clean contrawise in his custom, inasmuch as he never came near her save at meal times only. And when he found her, the lad exclaimed in his delight, O my mother, I give thee glad tidings of mine uncle who hadst returned from his exile, and who now sendeth me to salute thee. O my son, she replied, meseemeth thou mockest me. Who is this uncle, and how canst thou have an uncle in the bonds of life? He rejoined, How sayest thou, O mother, that I have nor living uncles nor kinsmen, when this man is my father's own brother? Indeed, he embraced me and bussed me, shedding tears the while, and bade me again acquainteth thee herewith. She retorted, O my son, well I wot thou hadst an uncle, but he is now dead, nor am I, where that thou hadst other am. The Moroccan magician fared forth next morning, and fell to finding out Aladdin, for his heart no longer permitted him to part from the lad. And as he was toing and froing about the city highways, he came to face with him disporting himself, as was his wont, amongst the vagabonds and the scapegraces. So he drew near him, and taking his hand, embraced him and bussed him, and then pulled out his poke of 2 dinars, and said, Hire thee to thy mother, and give her these couple of ducats, and tell her that thine uncle would eat the evening meal with you. So do thou take these 2 gold pieces, and prepare for us a succulent supper. But before all things, show me once more the way to your home. On my head and mine eyes be it, O my uncle, replied the lad, and forewent him, pointing out the street leading to the house. Then the Moorman left him and went his ways, and Aladdin ran home, and giving the news and the 2 sequins to his parents, said, My uncle would sup with us. So she arose straightway, and going to the market street, bought all she required. Then, returning to her dwelling, she borrowed from the neighbors whatever was needed of pans and platters and so forth. And when the meal was cooked and supper time came, she said to Aladdin, O my child, the meat is ready, but peradventure thine uncle wotteth not the way to our dwelling. So do thou fare forth, and meet him on the road. He replied, To hear is to obey. And before the twain ended talking, a knock was heard at the door. Aladdin went out and opened, when behold, the Maghrabis, the magician, together with a eunuch carrying the wine and the dessert fruits. So the lad let them in, and the slave went about his business. The Moorman on entering, saluted his sister-in-law with the salami, then began to shed tears and question her, saying, "Where be the place whereon my brother went to sit?" She showed it to him, whereat he went up to it and prostrated himself in prayer and kissed the floor, crying, "Ah, how scant is my satisfaction, and how luckless is my lot, for that I have lost thee, O my brother, O vein of my eye." And after such fashion he continued weeping and wailing till he swooned away for excess of sobbing and lamentation, wherefore Aladdin's mother was certified of his soothfastness. So coming up to him, she raised him from the floor and said, "What gain is there in slaying thyself?" After consoling him, she placed him upon the divan, and as soon as he was seated at his ease, and before the food trays were served up, he fell to talking with her and saying, "O wife of my brother, it must be a wonder to thee how in all thy days thou never sawest me, nor learnedst thou aught of me during the lifetime of my brother, who had found mercy. Now the reason is that 40 years ago I left this town and exiled myself from my birthplace and wandered forth all over the lands of Al-Hind and Al-Sanad and entered Egypt and settled for a long time in its magnificent city, which is one of the wonders of the world, till at last I fared in the regions of the setting sun and abode for a space of 30 years in the Moroccan interior. Now one day of the days, O wife of my brother, as I was sitting alone at home, I fell to thinking of mine own country, and of my birthplace, and of my brother who hath found mercy, and my yearning to see him waxed excessive, and I bewept and bewailed, and my strangerhood and distance from him. And at last my longings drave me homewards, until I resolved upon traveling to the region which was the falling place of my head and my homestead, to the end that I might again see my brother. Then quoth I to myself, "O man, how long wilt thou wander like a wild Arab from thy place of birth and native steed? Moreover, thou hast one brother and no more. So up with thee and travel and look upon him ere thou die, for who wotteth the woes of the world and the changes of the days? Would be saddest regret, and thou lie down to die without beholding thy brother, and Allah, laud be to the Lord, hath vouchsafed thee ample wealth, and belike he may be straitened, and in poor case, when thou wilt, and aid thy brother as well as to see him." So I arose at once and equipped me for wayfare, and recited the Fatiha. Then, when as Friday prayers ended, I mounted and traveled to this town, after suffering many full toils and travails, which I patiently endured, whilst the Lord, to whom be honor and glory, veiled me with the veil of his protection. So I entered, and whilst wandering about the streets the day before yesterday, I beheld my brother's son Aladdin disporting himself with the boys. And by God the Great, O wife of my brother, the moment I saw him, this heart of mine went forth to him, for blood yearneth unto blood, and my soul felt and informed me that he was my very nephew. So I forgot all of my travails and troubles at once, on sighting him, and I was like to fly for joy. But when he told me of the dear one's departure to the ruth of Allah Almighty, I fainted for stress of distress and disappointment. Perchance, however, my nephew hath informed thee of the pains of which prevailed upon me. But after a fashion, I am consoled by the sight of Aladdin, the legacy bequeathed to us by him who hath found mercy, for that whoso leaveth issue is not wholly dead. And when he looked at his sister-in-law, she wept at these words, and so she turned to the lad that he might cause her forget the mention of her mate, as a means of comforting her, and also of completing his deceit, and asked him, saying, "O my son Aladdin, what hast thou learned in the way of work, and what is thy business? Say me, had thou mastered any craft wherein by to learn a livelihood for thyself and thy mother?" lad was abashed and put to shame, and he hung down his head and bowed his brow groundwards. But his parents spoke out, "How forsooth? By Allah, he knoweth nothing at all. A child so ungracious as this I have never yet saw. No, never. All the day long he idleth away in his time with the sons of the quarter, vagabonds like himself. And his father, oh regret of me, dared not save of dolor for him, and I also am now in riotous plight. I spin cotton and toil at my distaff, night and day, that I may earn a couple of scones of bread, which we eat together. This is his condition, O my brother-in-law, and by the life of thee, he cometh not near me, save at meal times and none other. Indeed, I am thinking to lock the house door, nor ever open to him again, but leave him to go and seek a livelihood whereby he can live. For that I am now a grown woman in years, and have no longer strength to toil and go about for a maintenance after this fashion. O Allah, I am compelled to provide him with daily bread when I require to be provided for." Hereat the Mormon turned to Aladdin and said, "Why is this, O son of my brother? Thou goest about in such an ungraciousness. 'Tis a disgrace to thee, and unsuitable for men like thyself. Thou art a youth of sense, O my son, and the child of honest folk, so 'tis for thee a shame that thy mother, a woman in years, should struggle to support thee. And now that thou hast grown to a man's estate, it becometh thee to devise thee some device where thou canst live. O my child, look around thee, and alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah. In this our town there are many teachers of all manner of crafts, and nowhere are there any more numerous. So choose thee some calling which may please thee, to the end that I establish thee therein. And when thou growest up, O my son, thou shalt have some business whereby to live. Haply thy father's industry may not be to thy liking, and if so it be, choose thee some other handicraft which suiteth thy fancy. Then let me know, and I will aid thee with all that I can, O my son." But when the Maghrabi saw that Aladdin kept silence and made him no reply, he knew that the lad wanted none other occupation than a scapegrace life. So he said to him, "O son of my brother, let not my words seem hard and harsh to thee. For if, despite all I say, thou still dislike to learn a craft, I will open thee a merchant store, furnished with colicets and stuffs. Thou shalt become famous amongst the folk, and take and give, and buy and sell, and be well known in the city." Now when Aladdin heard the words of his uncle, the Mormon, and the design of making him a collage, merchants and gentlemen, he joyed exceedingly, knowing that such folk dress handsomely and fare delicately. So he looked at the Maghrabi, smiling, and drooping his head groundwards, and saying with the tongue of the case that he was content. The Maghrabi, the magician, looked at Aladdin and saw him smiling, whereby he understood that the lad was satisfied to become a trader. So he said to him, "Since thou art content that I open thee a merchant store and make thee a gentleman, do thou, O son of my brother, prove thyself a man, and inshallah, God willing, tomorrow I will take thee to the bazaar in the first place, and will have a fine suit of clothes cut out for thee, such gear as merchants wear. And secondly, I will look after a store for thee, and keep my word." Now Aladdin's mother had somewhat doubted of the Moroccan being her brother-in-law, but as soon as she heard his promise of opening a merchant store for her son, and setting him up with stuffs and capital and so forth, the woman decided and determined in her mind that this Maghrabi was in very sooth her husband's brother, seeing that no stranger man would do such goodly deeds by her son. So she began directing the lad to the right road, and teaching him to cast ignorance out from his head, and prove himself a man. Moreover, she bade him ever obey his excellent uncle, as though he were his son, and to make up for the time he had wasted in frowardness with his fellows. After this, she arose and spread the table, then served up supper. So all sat down and fell to eating and drinking, while the McGrawpey conversed with Aladdin upon matters of business and the like, rejoicing him to such a degree that he enjoyed no sleep that night. But when the Mormon saw that the dark hours were passing by, and the wine was drunk, he arose and sped to his own steed. But ere going, he agreed to return the next morning and take Aladdin and to look for his suit of merchant's clothes being cut out for him. And as soon as it was dawn, behold, the McGrawpey rapped at the door, which was opened by Aladdin's mother. The Mormon, however, would not enter, but asked to take the lad with him to the market street. Accordingly, Aladdin went forth to his uncle, and wishing him good morning, kissed his hand. And the Moroccan took him by the hand and fared with him to the bazaar. There he entered a clother's shop, containing all kinds of cloths, and called for the suit of the most sumptuous, whereat the merchant bought him out for all of his need, all wholly fashioned, and readily soon. And the Mormon said to the lad, Choose, O my child, whatso thou please thee. Aladdin rejoiced exceedingly, seeing that his uncle had given him his choice. So he picked out the suit most to his own liking, and the Moroccan paid the merchant the price thereof in ready money. Presently he led the lad to the Hammam baths, where they bathed. Then they came out and drank sherbets, after which Aladdin arose, and donning his new dress, in huge joy and delight, went up to his uncle and kissed his hand, and thanked him for his favors. The McGrawpey, the magician, after leaving the Hammam with Aladdin, took him and trudged with him to the merchant's bazaar, after having diverted him by showing the market and its sellings and buyings, said to him, O my son, it besitteth thee to become familiar with the folk, especially with the merchants, so thou mayst learn of them the merchant craft, seeing that the same hath now become thy calling. Then he led him forth and showed him the city and its cathedral mosques, together with all the pleasant sights therein, and lastly made him enter a cook shop. Here dinner was served to them on platters of silver. They had dined well and ate and drank and sufficiently, after which they went their ways. Presently the Mormon pointed out to Aladdin the pleasances and noble buildings, and went in with him to the Sultan's palace, and diverted him with displaying all the apartments, which were mighty fair and grand, and led him finally to the Khan of stranger merchants, where he himself had his abode. Then the Moroccan invited sundry traders, which were in the caravanserai, and they came and sat down to supper. And when he notified to them that the youth was his nephew, Aladdin by name, and after that they had eaten and drinken, and night had fallen, he rose up, and taking the lad with him, led him back to his mother, who no sooner saw her boy as he were one of the merchants, than her wit took flight, and she waxed sad for very gladness. Then she fell to thanking her false connection, the Mormon, for all his benefits, and said to him, O my brother-in-law, I can never say enough, though I expressed my gratitude to thee during the rest of the days, and praise thee for the good deeds thou hast done by this my child. Thereupon quoth the Moroccan, O wife of my brother, deem this not mere kindness of me, for that the lad is mine own son, and 'tis incumbent on me to stand in the stead of my brother, his sire. So be thou fully satisfied. And quoth she, I pray Allah, by the honor of the hollows, the ancients, and the moderns, that he preserve thee and cause thee to continue, O my brother-in-law, and prolong for me thy life. So shalt thou be a wing overshadowing this orphan lad, and he shall ever be obedient to thine orders, nor shall he do aught save whatso thou biddest him thereunto. The McGrawpey replied, O wife of my brother, Aladdin is now a man of sense, and the son of goodly folk, and I hope to Allah that he will follow in the footsteps of his sire, and cool thine eyes. But I regret that tomorrow being Friday, I shall not be able to open his shop. As 'tis meeting day, when all the merchants, after congregational prayer, go forth to the garden of pleasances. On the Sabbath, however, inshallah, after it please the Creator, we will do our business. Meanwhile, on tomorrow, I will come to thee betimes and take Aladdin for a pleasant stroll to the gardens, and pleasances without the city, which haply he may hereto not have beheld. There also he shall see the merchants and notables who go forth to amuse themselves, so shall he become acquainted with them, and they with him. The Margravy went away, and lay that night in his quarters, and early the next morning he came to the tailor's house, and rapped at the door. Now Aladdin, for stress of his delight in his new dress that he had donned for the past day's enjoyment, and the hammock, and eating and drinking and gazing at the folk, expecting furthermore his uncle to come at dawn and carry him off on pleasuring to the garden. He had not slept a wink that night, nor closed his eyelids, and would hardly believe it when day broke. But hearing the knock at the door, when he went out at once, in a hot haste, like a spark of fire, and opened and saw his uncle the magician, who embraced him and kissed him. Then taking his hand, the Mormon said to him as they fared forth together, O son of my brother, this day I will show thee a sight thou never sawest in all thy life. And he began to make the lad laugh and cheer with him with pleasant talk. So doing, they left the city gate, and the Moroccan took to promenading with Aladdin amongst the gardens, and to pointing out for his pleasure the mighty fine pleasances, and the marvelous high-builded pavilions, and whenever they stood to stare at a garth or a mansion or a palace, the Margravy would say to his companion, Doth this please thee, O son of my brother? Aladdin was nigh to fly with delight at seeing sights he had never seen in all of his born days, and they ceased not to stroll about the solace themselves until they waxed aweary, when they entered a mighty grand garden, which was near hand, a place that the heart delighted and the sight delighted, for that is its swift running rills flowed amidst the flowers, and the waters jetted from the jaws of lions molded in yellow brass like unto gold. So they took seat over against a lakelet and rested a little while, and Aladdin enjoyed himself with exceeding and fell to jesting with his uncle and making merry with him, as though the magician were really his father's brother. Presently the Margravy arose, and loosing his girdle, drew forth from thereunder a bag full of victual, dried fruits, and so forth, saying to Aladdin, O my nephew, haply thou art become an hungered, so come forward and eat what thou needed. Accordingly the lad fell upon the food, and the Mormon ate with him, and they were gladdened and cheered by the rest and good cheer. Then quoth the magician, Arise, O son of my brother, and thou be reposed, and let us stroll onwards a little, and reach the end of our walk. Thereupon Aladdin arose, and the Moroccan paced with him from garden to garden until they left all behind them, and reached the base of a high and naked hill, when the lad, who during all his days had never issued from the city gate, and never in his life had walked such a walk as this, said to the Margravy, O uncle mine, whither are we wending? We have left the gardens behind us, one and all, and have reached the barren hill country. And if the way be still long, I have no strength left for walking. Indeed, I am ready to fall with fatigue. There are no gardens before us, so let us hark back and return to town. Said the magician, No, O my son, this is the right road, nor are the gardens ended, for we are going to look at one which hath near its like amongst those of the kings, and all thou hadst beheld are naught in comparison therewithin. Then the gird courage to walk, thou art now a man. Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah. Then Mugrabi fell to soothing Aladdin with soft words and telling him wondrous tales, lies as well as truth, until they reached the site intended by the African magician, who had traveled from the Sunset Land to the regions of China for the sake thereof. And when they made the palace, the Mormon said to Aladdin, O son of my brother, sit thee down and take thy rest, for this is the spot where we are now seeking, and inshallah, soon I will divert thee by displaying marvel matters, whose like not one in the world ever saw, nor hath any solaced himself with gazing upon that which thou art about to behold. No one created beings hath enjoyed the sights thou art about to see. But when thou art rested, arise and seek some wood chips and fuel sticks, which will be small and dry, wherewith we may kindle a fire. Then will I show thee, O son of my brother, matters beyond the range of matter. Now when the lad heard these words, he longed to look upon what his uncle was about to do. And forgetting his fatigue, he rose forthright, and fell to gathering small wood chips and dry sticks, and continued until the Mormon cried to him, Enough, O son of my brother. Presently the magician brought out from his breast pocket a casket, which he opened, and drew from it all he needed of incense. Then he fumigated and conjured and adjured, muttering words none might understand. And the ground straightway clave asunder, after thick gloom and quake of earth, and bellowings of thunder. Hereat Aladdin was startled, and so affrighted that he tried to fly. But when the African magician saw his design, he waxed wroth with exceeding wrath, for that without the lad his work would profit him not, the hidden hoard which he sought to open being not to open save by means of Aladdin. So noting this attempt to run away, the magician arose, and raising his hand smote Aladdin on the head, a buffet so sore that well nigh his back teeth were knocked out, and he fell swooning to the ground. But after a time he revived by the magic of the magician, and cried, weeping the while, O my uncle, what have I done that deserveth from thee such a blow as this? Hereat the Mugrabi fell to soothing him, and said, O my son, 'tis my intent to make thee a man, therefore do thou not gainsay me, for that I am thine uncle, and like unto thy father. Obey me, therefore, in all I bid thee, and shortly thou shalt forget all this travail and toil, whenas thou shalt look upon the marvel matters I am about to show thee. And soon after the ground had cloven asunder before the Moroccan, it displayed a marble slab wherein was fixed a copper ring. The Mugrabi, striking it, a geometric table, turned to Aladdin and said to him, An thou do all I shall bid thee, indeed thou shalt become wealthier than any of the kings. And for this reason, O my son, I struck thee, because here lieth a hoard which is stored in thy name, and yet thou designedst to leave it unleavened. But now collect thy thoughts, and behold how I opened the earth by my spells and adjurations. Under yon stone wherein the ring is set lieth the treasure wherewith I acquainted thee. So set thy hand upon the ring, and raise the slab, for that none other amongst the folks, except for thyself, have the power to open it. Nor may any of the mortal births, save thyself, set foot within this enchanted treasury, which hath been kept for thee. But 'tis needful that thou learn of me all wherewith I would charge thee, nor gainsay in a single syllable of my words. All this, O my child, is for thy good, the hoard being of immense value, whose like the kings of the world never accumulated. And do thou remember that 'tis for thee and me. So poor Aladdin forgot his fatigue and buffet and tear-shedding, and he was dumbed and dazed at the Mugrabi's words, and rejoiced that he was fated to become rich in such a measure that not even the sultans would be richer than himself. Accordingly he cried, O my uncle, Bid me do all thou playest, for I will be obedient unto thy bidding. The Mugrabi replied, O my nephew, thou art to me as my own child, and even dearer, for being my brother's son, and for having none of their kith and kin except for thyself. And thou, O my child, art my heir and my successor. So saying, he went up to Aladdin and kissed him and said, For whom do I intend these my labors? Indeed, each and every are for thy sake, O my son, to the end that I may leave thee a rich man, and one of the very greatest. So gainsay me not in all. I shall say to thee, and now go up to the yonder ring, and uplift it, as I bade thee. Aladdin answered, O uncle mine, this ring is over heavy for me. I cannot raise it single-handed. So do thou also come forward and lend me strength and aidance toward uplifting it, for indeed I am young in years. The Mormon replied, O son of my brother, we shall find it impossible to do aught if I assist thee, and all our efforts would be in vain. But do thou set hand upon the ring and pull it up, and thou shalt raise the slab forthright. And in very sooth I told thee that none can touch it save thyself. But whilst hailing it at it, cease not to pronounce thy name, and the names of thy father and mother. So twill it raise at once to thee, nor shalt thou feel its weight. Thereupon the lad mustered up strength and grit, the loins of resolution, and did as the Moroccan had bidden him, and hove up the slab with all its ease. When he pronounced his name and the names of his parents, even as the magician had bidden him, and as soon as the stone was raised, he threw it aside. After Aladdin had raised the slab from over the entrance to the hoard, there appeared before him a sardab, a souterrain, whereunto led a case of some 12 stairs. And the Mugrabi said, O Aladdin, collect thy thoughts, and do whatso I bid thee, to the minutest detail, nor fail in aught thou thereof. Go down with all care into yonder vault until thou reach the bottom, and there shalt there find a space divided into 4 halls. And in each of these thou shalt see 4 golden jars, and others of virgin ore and silver. Beware, however, lest thou take aught therein, or touch them, nor allow thy gown, or its skirts, or even to brush the jars or the walls. Leave them and fare forward until thou reach the 4th hall, without lingering for a single moment on the way. And if thou do aught contrary thereto, thou wilt be at once transformed and become black stone. When reaching the 4th hall, thou wilt find therein a door, which do thou open, and pronouncing the names of thou speakest over the slab, enter there through into a garden, adorned everywhere with fruit-bearing trees. This thou must traverse by a path thou wilt see in front of thee, measuring some 50 cubits long, beyond which thou wilt come upon an open saloon, and therein a ladder of some 30 rungs. And thou shalt also see, hanging from the ceiling, so to mount the ladder, and take the lamp, and place it in thy breast pocket after pouring out its contents. Nor fear evil from it for thy clothes, because its contents are not common oil. And on return thou art allowed to pluck from the trees whatso thou placest, for all is thine so long as the lamp is in thy hand. Now when the Mormon ended his charge to Aladdin, he drew off a seal ring and put it upon the lad's forefinger. O my son, verily this signet shall free thee from all hurt and fear which threatened thee, but only on condition that thou bear in mind all that I have told thee. So arise straightway and go down the stairs, strengthening thy purpose and girding the loins of resolution. Moreover, fear not, for thou art now a man, and no longer a child. And in the shortest of time, "O my son, thou shalt win the immense riches, and thou shalt become the wealthiest of the world." Accordingly, Aladdin arose and descended into the souterrain, where he found the 4 halls, each containing 4 jars of gold, and these he passed by as the Moroccan had bidden him, and with the uttermost care and caution. Thence he fared into the garden, and walked along its length until he entered the saloon, where he mounted the ladder and took the lamp, which he extinguished, pouring out the oil which was therein, and placed it in his breast pocket. Presently, descending the ladder, he returned to the garden, where he fell to gazing at the trees, whereupon sat birds glorifying with loud voices of their great creator. Now he had not observed them as he went in, but all these trees bear for fruitage costly gems. Moreover, each had its own kind of growth and jewels of its peculiar sort, and these were of every color, green and white, yellow, red, and other such brilliant hues as the radiance flushing from these gems paled the rays of the sun in forenoon sheen. Furthermore, the size of each stone so far surpassed the description that no king of the kings of the world owned a single gem equal to the larger sort, nor could boast of even 1/2 the size of the smaller kind of them. Aladdin walked amongst the trees and gazed upon them, and other things which surprised the sight and bewilderment the wits, and he considered them, and he saw that in lieu of common fruits, the produce was mighty fine jewels and precious stones, such as emeralds and diamonds, rubies, spinels, boluses, pearls, and similar gems, astounding the mental vision of a man. And forasmuch as the lad had never beheld things like these during his born days, nor had reached those years of discretion which would teach him the worth of such valuables, he being still but just a lad, he fancied that all these jewels were of glass or crystal, so he collected them until he had filled his breast pockets, and began to certify himself if they were not common fruits, such as grapes, figs, and such like edibles. But seeing them of glassy substance, he, in his ignorance of precious stones and their prices, gathered into his breast pockets every kind of growth of the trees afforded. Having failed of his purpose in finding them food, he said in his mind, "I will collect a portion of these glass fruits or playthings at home." So he fell to plucking them in quantities and cramming them in his pokes and his breast pockets till these were stuffed full, after which he picked others which he placed in his waist-level shawl. He then, girdling himself therewithin, carried off all he availed to, purposing to place them in the house by way of ornaments, and hath been mentioned, never imagining that they were other than glass. Then he hurried his pace in fear of his uncle, the Magrapi, until he had passed through the 4 halls lastly on his return, and reached the souterrain, where he cast not a look at the jars of gold. Albeit he was able and allowed to take of the contents on his way back. But when he came to the souterrain stairs, and clomb the steps till naught remained but the last, and finding this higher than all the others, he was unable, alone and unassisted, burthened moreover as he was, to mount it. So he said to the Magrapi, "O my uncle, lend me thy hand, and aid me to climb." But the Mormon answered, "O my son, give me the lamp, and lighten thy load. Belike 'tis the weighteth thee down." The lad rejoined, "O my uncle, 'tis not the lamp downweigheth me at all, but do thou lend me a hand, and soon I will reach the ground, and I will give it to thee at once." Hereat the Moroccan, the magician, whose only object was the lamp, and none other, began to insist upon Aladdin giving it to him at once. But the lad, forasmuch as he had placed it at the bottom of his breast pocket, and his other pouches being full of gems bulged outwards, could not reach it with his fingers to hand it over. So the wizard, after much vain persistency in requiring what his nephew was unable to give, fell to raging with furious rage and demanding the lamp, whilst Aladdin could not get at it. Yet had the lad promised truthfully that he would give it up as soon as he might reach the ground, without lying, thought, or ill intent. But when the Mormon saw that he would not hand it over, he waxed wroth, and wrath exceeding, and cut off all his hopes of winning it. So he conjured and adjured, and cast incense amidst the fire, when forthright the slab made a cover of itself, and by the might of magic riddled the entrance. The earth buried the stone as it was aforetime, and Aladdin, unable to issue forth, remained underground. Now the sorcerer was a stranger, and, as I have mentioned, no uncle of Aladdin's, and he had misrepresented himself and preferred a lying claim, to the end that he might obtain the lamp by means of the lad, for whom his hoard had been upstored. So the accursed heaped the earth over him and left him to die of hunger. For this Magrapi was an African of Afrikayam proper, born in the inner sunset land. From his earliest age upward, he had been addicted to witchcraft, and had studied and had practiced every manner of occult science, for which unholy lore the city of Africa is notorious. And he ceased not to read and hear lectures until he had become past master in all such knowledge, and the abounding skill in spells and conjurations, which he had acquired by the perusing and the lesson of 40 years. One day of the days he discovered by devilish inspiration that there lay in an extreme city of the cities of China, named Alcalas, an immense hoard, the like whereof none of the kings in this world had ever accumulated. Moreover, that the most marvelous article in this enchanted treasure was a wonderful lamp, which whoso possessed could not possibly be surpassed by any man upon the earth, either in high degree or in wealth and opulence, nor could the mightiest of monarch of the universe attain to the all-sufficiency of this lamp, with its might of magical means. When the Magrapi assured himself by his science, and saw that this hoard could be opened only by the presence of a lad named Aladdin, of a pauper family, and abiding in that very city, and learned how taking it would be easy and without hardships, he straightway and without stay or delay equipped himself for a voyage to China. And he did what he did with Aladdin, fancying that he would become lord of the lamp. But his attempt and his hopes were baffled, and his work was clean wasted, whereupon, determining to do the lad die, and he heaped up the earth over him, Ramarai, to the end that the unfortunate might perish, reflecting that the live man hath no murderer. Secondly, he did so with the design that, as Aladdin could not come forth from underground, he would also be impotent to bring out the lamp from the souterrain. So presently he wended his ways and retired to his own land, Africa, a sadder man, and disappointed of all his expectations. Such was the case with the wizard. But as regards Aladdin, when the earth was heaped over him, he began shouting to the Mormon, whom he believed to be his uncle, and praying him to lend a hand, that he might issue from the souterrain and return to earth's surface. But however loudly he cried, none was found to reply. At that moment, he comprehended the slight in which the Moroccan had played upon him, and that the man was no uncle, but a liar and a wizard. Then the unhappy despaired of life, and learned to his sorrow that there was no escape for him. So he fell to be weeping with sore weeping, the calamity had befallen him. And after a little while he stood up and descended the stairs to see if Allah Almighty had lightened his grief load by leaving a door of issue. So he turned him to the right and to the left, but he saw naught save darkness and four walls closed upon him, for that the magician had by his magic locked all the doors that he had shut up, even in the garden. where through the lad had erst had passed, lest it offer him the means of issuing out upon the earth's surface, and that he might surely die. Then Aladdin's weeping waxed sorer, and his wailing louder, when as he found all the doors fast shut, for he had thought to solace himself a while in the garden. But when he felt that all were locked, he fell to shedding tears and lamenting, like unto one who hath lost every hope. And he returned to sit upon the stairs of the flight, whereby he had entered the souterrain, weeping and wailing and wanting all hopes. But it is a light matter for Allah, be he exalted and extolled, whenas he designeth aught to say, be, and it becometh, for that he createth joy in the midst of annoy. And on this wise it was with Aladdin. Whilst the Maghrabi the magician was sending him down into the souterrain, he set upon his finger by way of gift a seal ring, and said, verily, this signet shall save thee from every strait, and thou fall into calamity and ill shifts of time. And it shall remove from thee all hurt and harm, and aid thee with a strong arm whereso thou mayest be set. Now this was by destiny of God the Great, that it might be the means of Aladdin's escape. For whilst he sat wailing and weeping over his case, and cast away all hope of life, an utter misery overwhelmed him. He rubbed his hands together for excess of sorrow, as is the wont of the woeful. Then, raising them in supplication to Allah, he cried, I testify that there is no God save thou alone, the most great, the omnipotent, the all-conquering, quickener of the dead, creator of man's need, and granter thereof, resolver of his difficulties, and Daris, and bringer of joy, not annoy. Thou art my sufficiency, and thou art the truest of trustees. And I bear witness that Muhammad is thy servant and thine apostle, and I supplicate thee, O my God, by his favor with thee, to free me from this my foul plight. And whilst he implored the Lord, and was chafing his hands in the soreness of his sorrow, for that had befallen him of calamity, his fingers chanced to rub the ring, when lo and behold, forthright its familiar rose upright before him, and cried, Adsum, thy slave between thy hands is come. Ask whatso thou wantest, for that I am the thrall of him on whose hand is the ring of the signet of my lord and master. Hereat the lad looked at him, and saw standing before him a Marid, like unto an Ifrit of our Lord Solomon's jinns. He trembled at the terrible sight, but hearing the slave of the ring say, Ask whatso thou wantest, verily, I am thy thrall, seeing that the signet of my Lord be upon thy finger. He recovered his spirits, and remembered the Mormon's saying, when giving him the ring. So he rejoiced exceedingly, and became brave, and cried, Ho, thou slave of the Lord of the ring, I desire thee to set me free upon the face of the earth. And hardly had he spoken this speech, when suddenly the ground clave asunder, and he found himself at the door of the hoard, and outside in its full view of the world. Now for 3 whole days he had been sitting in the darkness of the treasury underground, and when the sheen of the day and the fine of the sun smote his face, he found himself unable to keep his eyes open. So he began to unclose the lids a little, and to close them a little, until his eyes regained full force, and he got used to the light, and were purged of it the noisome murk. Withal he was astounded at finding himself without the hoard door whereby he had passed in, when it was opened by the Maghrabi the magician, especially as the adit had been lidded, and the ground had been smoothed, showing no sign whatsoever of its entrance. Thereat, in his surprise, increased until he fancied himself in another place, nor was his mind convinced that the stead was the same, until he saw the spot whereupon they had kindled the fire of wood chips and dried sticks, and where the African wizard had conjured over the incense. Then he turned him rightwards and leftwards, and sighted the gardens from afar, and his eyes recognized the road whereby he had come. So he returned thanks to Allah Almighty, who had restored him to the face of the earth, and had freed him from the death after he had cut off all hopes of life. Presently he arose and walked along the ways to the town, which now he well knew until he entered the streets and passed on to his own home. Then he went in to his mother, and on seeing her, of the overwhelming stress of joy at his escape and the memory of past affright and the hardships he had borne, and the pangs of hunger, he fell to the ground before his parent in a fainting fit. Now his mother had been passing sad since the time of his leaving her, and had found her mourning and moaning and crying about him. However, on sighting him and entering the house, she joyed with exceeding joy, but soon was overwhelmed with woe when he sank upon the ground, swooning before her eyes. Still, she did not neglect the matter or treat it lightly, but at once hastened to sprinkle water upon his face, and after she asked of the neighbors some scents which she made him snuff up. And when he came round a little bit, he prayed her to bring him somewhat of food, saying, "O my mother, 'tis now 3 days since I ate anything at all." Thereupon she arose and brought him what she had by her. Then setting it before him, said, "Come forward, O my son, and eat and be cheered, and when thou shalt have rested, tell me what hath betided and affected thee, O my child. At this present I will not question thee, for thou art weary in very deed." Aladdin ate and drank and was cheered, and after he had rested and had recovered spirits, he cried, "Ah, O my mother, I have sore grievance against thee for leaving me, that have accursed wight, who starved to compass my destruction, and designed to take my life. Know that I beheld death with mine own eyes at the hand of this damned wretch, whom thou didst certify to be my uncle, and had not Almighty Allah rescued me from him, I and thou, O my mother, had been cozened by the excess of this accursed's promises to work to my welfare, and by the great show of affection which he manifested to us. Learn, O my mother, that this fellow is a sorcerer, a Mormon, an accursed, a liar, a traitor, a hypocrite. Nor deem I that the devils under the earth are damnable as he. Allah abase him in every book. Hear then, O mother, what this abominable one did, and I shall tell thee will be soothfast and certain. See how the damned villain broke every promise he made, certifying that he would soon work all good with me, and do thou consider the fondness which he displayed to me, and the deeds which he did by me, and all this only to win his wish. For his design was to destroy me, and Allah Madola, laud to the Lord, for my deliverance. Listen and learn, O my mother, how this accursed entreated me." Then Aladdin informed his mother of all that had befallen him, weeping the while for stress of gladness, how the Maghrabi had led him to a hill wherein was hidden the hoard, and how he had conjured and fumigated, adding, after which, "O my mother, mighty fear got held of me, when the hill split and the earth gaped before me by his wizardry, and I trembled with terror at the rolling thunder in my ears, and the murk which fell upon us when he fumigated and muttered spells. Seeing these horrors, I in mine affrighted designed to fly, but when he understood mine intent, he reviled me and smote me a buffet so sore that it caused me to swoon. However, inasmuch as the treasury was to be opened only by means of me, O my mother, he could not descend therein himself, it being in my name and not in his. And for that he is an ill-omened magician. He understood that I was necessary to him, and this was his need of me. After he had befitted me, he judged it advisable to soothe me in order that he might send me down into the enchanted treasury. And first he drew from his finger a ring, which he placed upon mine. So I descended and found 4 halls, all full of gold and silver, which counted as naught, and the accursed had charged me to not touch aught thereof. Then I entered a mighty fine flower garden, everywhere bedecked with tall trees whose foliage and fruitage bewildered the wits. For all, oh my mother, were of various-colored glass, and lastly I reached the hall wherein hung this lamp. So I took it straightway, and put it out, and poured forth its contents. And so saying, Aladdin drew the lamp from his breast pocket, and showed it to his mother, with the gem and jewels which he had brought from the gardens. And there were 2 large bag pockets full of precious stones, whereof not one was to be found amongst the kings of the world. But the lad knew not a net of their worth, deeming them glass or crystal. And presently he resumed, After this, O mother mine, I reached the horrid door, carrying the lamp, and shouted to the accursed sorcerer, which called himself my uncle, to lend me a hand and hale me up. I being unable to mount of myself the last step for this overweight of my burden, but he would not, and said only, First hand me the lamp. As however I had placed it at the bottom of my breast pocket, and the other pouches bulged out beside it, I was unable to get it, and said, O my uncle, I cannot reach thee the lamp, but I will give it to you as soon as I am outside of the treasury. His only need was of the lamp, and he designed, O my mother, to snatch it from me, and after that slay me. And indeed, he did his best to do so by heaping the earth over my head. Such then is what befell me from this foul sorcerer. Hereupon Aladdin fell to abusing the magician in hot wrath, and with a burning heart, and crying, Well away, I take refuge from this damned wight, the ill-omened, the wrongdoer, the forswearer of the lost to all humanity, the arch-traitor, the hypocrite, the annihilator of ruth and mercy. When Aladdin's mother heard his words, and what had befallen him from the Magrafi the magician, she said, Yea, O verily, O my son, he is a miscreant, a hypocrite, who murdereth the folk by his magic. But 'twas the grace of Allah Almighty, O my child, that saved thee from the tricks and the treachery of this accursed sorcerer, whom I deemed to be truly thine uncle. Then, as the lad had not slept a wink for 3 days, and found himself nodding, he sought his natural rest, and his mother doing on like the wise, nor did he awake till about noon on the 2nd day. As soon as he shook off the slumber, he called for somewhat of food, being sore and hungered, but said to his mother, O my son, no victual for thee, inasmuch as yesterday thou attest all that was in the house. But wait patiently a while. I have spun a trifle of yarn, which I will carry to the market street, and sell it and buy with what it may be worth, some victual for thee. O my mother, said he, keep your yarn and sell it not, but fetch me the lamp I brought hither, that I may go vend it, and with its price purchase provaunt, for that I deem 'twill bring more money than the spinnings. So Aladdin's mother arose and fetched the lamp for her son, but while doing so she saw that it was dirty exceedingly. So she said, O my son, here is the lamp, but 'tis very foul. After we shall have washed it and polished it, 'twill sell better. Then taking a handful of sand, she began to rub therewithin, but had only begun when appeared to her one of the jinn, whose favour was frightful, and whose bulk was horrible big. And he was gigantic as one of the Jab-Aharach. And forthright he cried to her, Say, what thou wantest of me? Here am I, thy slave, and slave to whoso holdeth the lamp, and not I alone, but all the slaves of the wonderful lamp, which thou hadst in hand. She quaked, and terror was sore upon her when she looked at that frightful form, and her tongue being tied, so she could not return aught reply, never having been accustomed to espy similar semblances. Nay, she fell to the ground, oppressed by her affright. Now her son was standing afar off, and he had already seen the jinn of the ring, which he had rubbed within the treasury. So when he heard the slave speaking to his parent, he hastened forward, snatching the lamp from her hand, and said, O slave of the lamp, I am unhungered, and 'tis my desire that thou fetch me somewhat to eat, and let it be something toothsome beyond our means. The Jinn disappeared for an eye twinkle, and returned with a mighty fine tray and precious of price, that which was all in virginal silver, and upon it stood 12 golden plates of meats, manifold dainties delicate with bread, snowier than snow, and 2 silvern cups, and as many blackjacks, full of wine, clear strained and long stored. And after setting all these before Aladdin, he vanished from vision. Thereupon the lad went and sprinkled rose water upon his mother's face, and caused her snuff up perfumes pure and pungent, and said to her when she revived, Rise, O mother mine, and let us eat of these meats, wherewithin Almighty Allah hath erased our poverty. But when she saw that the mighty fine silvern tray, she fell to marveling at the matter, and quoth she, O my son, who be this generous, this beneficent one, who hath abated our hunger pains and our penury? We are indeed under obligation to him, and meseemeth 'tis the Sultan who, hearing of our mean condition and our misery, hath sent us this food tray. Quoth he, O my mother, this be no time for questioning. Arouse thee and let us eat, for we are both famished. Accordingly they sat down to the tray, and fell to feeding, when Aladdin's mother tasted meats whose like in all her time she had never touched. And so they devoured them with sharpened appetites, and with all the capacity engineered by stress of hunger. And secondly, the food was such as that marked the tables of the kings, but neither of them knew whether the tray was or was not valuable, for never in born days had they looked upon aught like it. As soon as they had finished the meal, with all leaving victual enough for supper and eke for the next day, they rose and washed their hands, and sat at chat. When the mother turned to her son and said, Tell me, O my child, what befell thee from the slave, the Jinn, now that Al-Mahaladallah, laud to the Lord, we have eaten our full of the good things wherewithin he hath favored us, and thou hadst no pretext for saying to me, I am a-hungered. So Aladdin related to her all that took place between him and the slave, while she had sunk upon the ground, a swoon for some sore terror. And at this she, being seized with mighty great surprise, said, 'Tis true, for the Jinns do present themselves before the sons of Adam, but I, O my son, never saw them in all of my life. And it meseemeth that this be the same who saved thee when thou west within the enchanted hoard. This is not he, O my mother. This is who appeared before thee, is the slave of the lamp. Who may this be, O my son? This be a slave of sort and shape other than he that was familiar of the ring, and this his fellow thou sawest was the slave of the lamp that hentest in hand. Verily, O my mother, the Jinn who appeared to thee was the slave of the lamp. And when his mother heard these words, she cried, There, so this accursed who showed himself to me went nigh unto killing me with affright is attached to the lamp? Yes, he replied, and she rejoined, Now I conjure thee, O my son, by the milk wherewithin I suckled to thee from mine own teats, to throw away from thee this lamp and this ring, because they can cause us only extreme terror, and I especially can never bear a second glance of them. Moreover, all intercourse with them is unlawful, for the Prophet, whom Allah save and assain, warned us against them with threats. He replied, Thy commands, O my mother, be upon my head and mine eyes, but as regards this saying thou saidest, 'tis impossible that I part with or the lamp or with the ring. Thou thyself hadst seen what good the slave wrought whenas we were famishing, and know, O my mother, that the Maghrabi, the liar, the magician, and when sending me down into the hoard, sought nor the silver nor the gold wherewithin the 4 halls were fulfilled, but charged me to bring him only the lamp, naught else, because in very deed he had learned its priceless value, and had he been certified of it, he had never endured such toil and trouble, nor had he traveled from his own land to our land in search thereof. Neither had he shut me up in the treasury when he despaired of the lamp, which I could not hand to him. Therefore it is beseech us, O my mother, to keep this lamp and take care thereof, nor to close of its mysterious ways to any. For this is now our means of livelihood, and this it is shall enrich us. And likewise, as regards the ring, I will never withdraw it from my finger, inasmuch as but for thou hadst nevermore seen me or live life, nay, I shouldn't have died with the horde underground. How then can I possibly remove it from my finger? And who wotteth that which may betide me by the lapse of time? What trippings or calamities or injurious mishaps wherefrom this ring may deliver me? However, for regard to thy feeling, I will stow away the lamp, nor ever suffer it to be seen of thee hereafter. Now when his mother heard his words and pondered them, she knew that they were true, and said to him, Do, O my son, whatso thou willest, for on my part I never wish to see them, or ever to sight that frightful spectacle that I saw. Aladdin and his mother continued eating of the meats brought them by the jinn for 2 full days, till they were finished. But when he learned that nothing of the food remained for them, he arose and took the platters of which the slave had brought him on the tray. Now they were all of the finest gold, but the lad knew not thereof, so he bore it to the bazaar, and there seeing a man which was a peddler, a viler than the sultans, offered it to him for sale. When the peddler espied it, he took the lad aside that none might see him, and he looked at the platter and considered it till it was certified that it was of gold refined. But he knew not whether Aladdin was acquainted with its value, or was in such matters a raw laddie. So when he asked him, For how much, O my lord, is this platter? And the other answered, Thou wottest what it be worth. The peddler debated with himself as to how much he should offer, because Aladdin had returned him a craftsman-like reply, and he thought of the smallest valuation. At the time he feared lest the lad, happily knowing its worth, should expect a considerable sum. So he said in his mind, Belike the fellow is an ignoramus in such matters, nor is aware of the price of the platter. Whereupon he pulled out of his pocket a dinar, and Aladdin eyed the gold piece lying in his palm, and hastily taking it went his way, whereby the peddler was certified of his customer's innocence of all such knowledge, and repented with the entire repentance that he had given him a golden dinar in lieu of a copper carat, a bright polished groat. However, Aladdin made no delay, but went at once to the baker's, where he bought him bread and changed the ducat. Then, going to his mother, he gave her the scones and the remaining small coin, and said, O my mother, hie thee and buy thee all we require. So she arose and walked to the bazaar, and laid in the necessary stock, after which they ate and were cheered. And whenever the price of the platter was expected, Aladdin would take another and carry it to the accursed peddler, who bought each and every at a pitiful price. And even this he would have minished, but seeing how he had paid a dinar for the first, he feared to offer a lesser sum, lest the lad go and sell to some rival in trade, and thus lose his usurious gains. Now when all the golden platters were sold, there remained only the silver tray whereupon they stood, and for that it was large and weighty. Aladdin brought the peddler to his house and produced the article, when the buyer, seeing its size, gave him 10 dinars, and these being accepted went his way. Aladdin and his mother lived upon the sequins until they were spent. Then he brought out the lamp and rubbed it, and straightway appeared the slave who had shown himself aforetime. The slave of the lamp, on appearing to Aladdin, said, Ask, O my lord, whatso thou wantest, for I am thy slave, and the thrall whoso hath the lamp. And said the lad, I desire that thou bring me a tray of food like unto that thou broughtest me erewhiles, for indeed I am famished. Accordingly, in the glance of an eye, the slave produced a similar tray supporting 12 platters of the most sumptuous, furnished with requisite cates, and and thereon stood clean bread and sundry glass bottles of strained wine. Now Aladdin's mother had gone out when she knew he was about to rub the lamp, that she might not again look upon the jinn. But after a while she returned, and when she sighted the tray covered with all silver and platters, and smelt the savor of the rich meats diffused over the house, she marveled and rejoiced. Thereupon quoth he, "Look, O my mother, thou badest me throw away the lamp. See now its virtues." And quoth she, "O my son, Allah increase his weal, but I would not look upon him." Then the lad sat down with his parent to the tray, and they ate and drank until they were satisfied, after which they removed what remained for use on the morrow. As soon as the meats had been consumed, Aladdin arose and stowed away under his clothes a platter of the platters, and went forth to the peddler, purposing to sell it to him. But by fiat of fate he passed by the shop of an ancient jeweler, an honest man and a pious man who feared Allah. When the shaykh saw the lad and asked him, saying, "O my son, what dost thou want? For that times manifold I have seen thee passing hereby and having dealings with a Jewish man, and I have espied thee handing over to him sundry articles. Now I also fancy thou hast somewhat for sale, and thou seekest him a buyer thereof. But thou wottest not, O my child, that the Jews ever hold lawful to them the good of the Muslims, and the confessors of Allah, Almighty's unity, and always defraud them, especially this accursed Jew with whom thou hast relations, and into whose hands thou hast fallen. If then, O my son, thou had aught, wouldst the sell show the same to me, and never fear, for I will give thee its full price, by the truth of Almighty Allah." Thereupon Aladdin brought out the platter, which was when the ancient goldsmith saw. He took and weighed it in his scales, and asked the lad, saying, "Was it the fellow of this thou sold to the Jew?" "Yes, its fellow and its brother," he answered. And quoth the old man, "What price did he pay you?" Quoth the lad, "1 dinar." The ancient goldsmith cried, "Ah, I take refuge from this accursed, whose cousineth the servants of Allah Almighty." Then, looking at the lad, he exclaimed, "O my son, verily, yon tricksy Jew hath cheated thee and laughed at thee. This platter being pure silver and virginal, I have weighed it and found out its worth to be that of 70 dinars. And if thou please to take its value, take it." Thereupon the shaykh continued out to him 70 gold pieces, which he accepted, and presently thanked him for his kindness in exposing the Jew's rascality. After this, whenever the price of a platter was expended, he would bring another, and on such wise he and his mother were soon in better circumstances. Yet they ceased not to live after their old fashion, as middle-class folk, without spending on diet overmuch or squandering money. But Aladdin had now thrown off the ungraciousness of his boyhood. He shunned the society of scapegraces, and he began to frequent good men and true, repairing daily to the market street of the merchants, and there companying with the great and the small of them, asking about matters or merchandise, and learning the price of investments, and so forth. He likewise frequented the bazaars of the goldsmiths and the jewelers, where he would sit and divert himself by inspecting their precious stones, and by noting how jewels were sold and brought there within. Accordingly, he presently became aware that the tree fruits wherein with he had filled his pockets, which time he entered the enchanted treasury, were neither glass nor crystal, but gems rich and rare, and he understood that he had acquired immense wealth, such as the kings can never possess. He then considered all the precious stones which were in the jeweler's quarter, but he found that their biggest was not worth his smallest. On this wise he ceased not every day repairing to the bazaar and making himself familiar with the folk, winning their loving will, and inquiring anent selling and buying, giving and taking, the dear and the cheap, until one day of the days when, after rising dawn, and donning his dress, he went forth, and was wont to the jeweler's bazaar. And as he passed along it, he heard the crier as follows: "By commandment of our magnificent master, the king of time, and the lord of the age of the tide, let all of the folk lock up their shops and stores and retire within their houses. For that the Lady Badar al-Badur, daughter of the Sultan, designeth to visit the Hammam, and whoso gainsayeth the order shall be punished with death penalty, and be his blood upon his own neck." But when Aladdin heard the proclamation, he longed to look his eyes upon the king's daughter, and he said in his mind, "Indeed, all the lieges talk of her beauty and the loveliness, and the end of my desires is to see her." Aladdin fell to contriving some means whereby he might look upon the princess Badr al-Badur, and the last judged best to take his station behind the Hammam door, whence he might see her face as she entered. Accordingly, without stay or delay, he repaired to the baths before she was expected, and stood arear of the entrance, a place whereat none of the folk happened to be looking. Now when the Sultan's daughter had gone the rounds of the city and its main streets, and had solaced herself by sightseeing, she finally reached the Hammam, and whilst entering she raised her veil, when her face rose before sight as it were a pearl of price or a shiny sun, and she was as one of whom decipher sang: "Magic corn enchanteth the glances so bright of her. We pluck roses in posies from cheeks rosy bright of her. Of night's gloomiest hue is the gloom of the hair of her, and her bright brow uplighteth the murks of the night of her." Quoth the reciter, when the princess raised from her face the veil, and Aladdin saw her favor, he said, "In very much truth her fashion magnifieth her almighty fashioner, and her glory be to him who created her and adorned her with all this beauty and loveliness." His strength was struck down from the moment he saw her, and his thoughts were distraught. His gaze was dazed, and the love of her got hold of the whole of his heart. And when he returned home to his mother, he was as one in ecstasy. His parent addressed him, but he neither replied nor denied. And when she set before him the morning meal, he continued like case. So quoth she, "O my son, what is it that has befallen thee? Say me, doth thou aught ail thee? Let me know what ill hath betided thee, for unlike thy custom, thou speakest not when I bespeak thee." Thereupon Aladdin, who used to think that all women resembled his mother, and who albeit had heard of the charms of Badr al-Badur, daughter of the Sultan, yet knew not what beauty and loveliness might signify, turned to his parent and exclaimed, "Let me be!" However, she persisted in praying him to come forwards and eat. So he did her bidding, but hardly touched his food, after which he lay full at length on his bed all the night throughout his cognition, deep until morning morrowed. The same was his condition during the next day, and when his mother was perplexed for the case of her son, unable to learn what had happened to him, so thinking that belike he might be ailing, she drew near him and asked him, saying, "O my son, and thou sense aught of pain or such like, let me know, that I may fare forth and fetch thee the physician. And today there be in our city a leech from the land of the Arabs, whom the Sultan had sent to summon, and Bruit abroad reporteth him to be skillful exceedingly. So, and be thou, let me go and bring him to thee." Aladdin, hearing his parents' offer to summon the mediciner, said, "O my mother, I am well in the body, and on no wise ill, but I ever thought that all women resembled thee until yesterday, when I beheld the Lady Badar al-Badur, daughter of the Sultan, and she was faring for the baths. Then he related to her all and everything that had happened to him, adding, Haply thou also had heard the crier a crying, Let no man open shop or stand in street that the Lady Badar al-Badur may repair to the Hammam without I seeing her. But I have looked upon her even as she is, for she raised her veil at the door, and when I viewed her favor and beheld that noble work of the Creator, a sore fit of ecstasy, O my mother, fell upon me for the love of her, and her firm resolve to win her hath opened its way into every limb of me, nor in repose possibly, for except I win her. Wherefore I propose asking her to wife from the Sultan, her sire in lawful wedlock. When Aladdin's mother heard her son's words, she belittled his wits and cried, O my child, in the name of Allah upon thee, meseemeth thou hast lost thy senses, but be thou rightly guided, O my son, nor be thou as the men, jinn-maddened. He replied, Nay, O mother mine, I am not out of my mind, nor am I of the maniacs, nor shall this thy saying alter one jot of what is in my thoughts, or rest impossible to me. I shall have won the dearling of my heart's core, the beautiful Lady Badr al-Badur, and now I am resolved to ask her of her sire, the Sultan. She rejoined, O my son, by my life upon thee, speak not such speech, lest it overhear thee, and say thou'st be insane. So cast away from thee such nonsense. Who shall undertake the matter like this, or make such request to the king? Indeed, I know not how, supposing this thy speech to be soothfast, thou shalt manage to crave such grace of the Sultan, or through whom thou desirest to propose it. He retorted, Through whom shall I ask it, O my mother, when thou art present? And who is there fonder and more faithful to me than thyself? So my design is that thou thyself shalt fulfill this my petition. Quoth she, O my son, Allah remove me from their form. What have I lost in my wits like thyself? Cast the thought away, and a long way from thy heart. Remember whose son thou art, O my child, the orphan boy of a tailor, the poorest and meanest of the tailors, toiling in this city. And I, thy mother, am also come of pauper folk and indignant. How then durst thou ask to wife the daughter of the Sultan, whose sire would not deign marry her with the sons of the kings and the sovereigns, except they were his peers in honor and grandeur and majesty, and were they but 1 degree lower, he would refuse his daughter to them. Quoth he, O my mother, everything thou hast called to mind is known to me. Moreover, 'tis thoroughly well known to me that I am the child of pauper parents. Withal, do not these words of thee divert me from my design at all, nor the less do I hope of thee, and I be thy son, and I truly love me, that thou grant me this favor. Otherwise thou wilt destroy me, and present death, however, over my head, except I win my will of my heart's dearling. And I, O my mother, am in every case thy child. Hearing these words, his parent wept of her sorrow for him, and said, O my child, yes, in every deed I am thy mother, nor have I any son or life's blood of my liver except for thyself. And the end of my wishes is to give thee a wife and rejoice in thee. But suppose that I would seek a bride of our likes and equals, her people will at once ask that thou have any land or garden, merchandise or handicraft, wherewith thou canst support her. And what is this the reply I can return? Then if I cannot possibly answer the poor like ourselves, how shall I be bold enough, O my son, to ask for the daughter of the Sultan of Chinaland, who hath no peer or behind or before him? Therefore do thou weigh this matter on thy mind, And who shall ask her to wife for the son of a snip? Well, indeed, I wot that my saving aught of this kind will but increase our misfortunes, that it may be the cause of our incurring mortal danger from the Sultan, peradventure even death for thee and me. And as concerneth myself, how shall I venture upon such rash and deed and perilous, O my son? And in what way shall I ask the Sultan for his daughter to be thy wife? And indeed, how ever shall I even get access to him? And should I succeed therein, what is to be my answer, and I ask me touching thy means? Happily the king will hold me to be a madwoman. And lastly, suppose that I obtain audience of the Sultan. What offering is there that I could submit to the king's majesty? 'Tis true, O my child, that the Sultan is mild and merciful, never rejecting any who approach him to require justice or ruth protection, nor any who pray him for a present, for he is liberal and lavisheth favor upon near and far. But he dealeth his boons to those deserving them, to men and women who have done dare doing in battle under his eye, or have rendered as civilians great service to his estate. But thou, do thou tell me what feast thou have performed in his presence, or before the public, that thou meritest from his such grace? And secondly, this boon thou ambitiousness is not for one of our condition, nor is it possible that the king grant thee the bourne of thine aspiration. For whoso goeth to the Sultan craveth him a favor, him besitteth, and take in hand somewhat that suiteth the royal majesty, as indeed I warned thee aforetime. How then shalt thou risk thyself to stand before the Sultan, and ask him his daughter in marriage, when thou hast with thee naught to offer him of that which beseemeth his exalted station? Hereto Aladdin replied, O my mother, thou speakest to the point, and hast reminded me aright, and 'tis meet that I resolve in the mind the whole of thine remindings. But O my mother, the lover of Princess Badr al-Badur hath entered into the core of my heart, nor can I rest without I win her. However, thou hast also recalled to me a matter which I forget, and 'tis the emboldeneth me to ask his daughter of the king. Albeit thou, O my mother, declarest that I have no gift which I can submit to the Sultan, as is the wont of the world, yet in very sooth I have an offering and a present, whose equal, O my mother, I hold none of the king to possess, nor none even aught like it, because verily that which I deemed the glass or crystal was nothing but precious stones. And I hold that all the kings of the world have never possessed anything like one of the smallest thereof. For by frequenting the jeweler folk I have learned that they are the costliest gems, and these are what I brought in from my pockets from the hoard. Whereupon, an thou please, compose thy mind, we have in our house a bowl of china, porcelain, so arise thou and fetch it, that I may fill it with these jewels, which thou shalt carry as a gift to the king, and thou shalt stand in his presence, and solicit him from my requirement. I am certified that by such means the matter will become easy to thee. And if thou be unwilling, O my mother, to strive for the winning of my wish as regards the lady Badr al-Badur, know that I surely shall die. Nor do thou imagine that this gift is aught save the costliest of stones, and be assured, O my mother, that in my many visits to the jeweler's bazaar I have observed merchants selling for sums man judgment may not determine, jewels whose beauty is worth one of the quarter carat of what we possess, seeing which I was certified that ours are beyond all price. So arise, O my mother, as I bade thee, and bring me the porcelain bowl aforesaid, that I may arrange therein some of these gems, and we will see what semblances they show. So she brought him the china bowl, saying it in herself, I shall know what to do when I find out if the words of my child concerning these jewels be soothfast or not. And she set it before her son, pulled the stones out of his pocket, and disposed them in the bowl, and ceased not arranging therein gems of sorts till such time as he had filled it. And when it was brimful, she could not fix her eyes firmly upon it. On the contrary, she winkled and blinked for the dazzle of the stones and the radiance and excess of lightning-like glance, and her wits were bewildered thereat. Only she was not certified of their value, being really of the enormous extent she had been told. Withal, she reflected that possibly her son might have spoken aright when he declared that their like was not to be found with the king's. Then Aladdin turned to her and said, Thou hast seen, O my mother, that this present intended for the Sultan is magnificent, and I am certified that it will procure for thee high honor with him, and that he will receive thee with all respect. And now, O my mother, thou hast no excuse, so compose thy thoughts and arise. Take thou this bowl away with it to the palace. His mother rejoined, O my son, 'tis true that the present is high-priced exceedingly, and the costliest of the costly. Also, that according to thy word none owneth its like. But who would have the boldness to go and ask the Sultan for his daughter, the Lady Badr al-Badur? I indeed dare not say to him, I want thy daughter, when he shall ask me, What is it that they want? For know thou, O my son, that my tongue will be tied, and granting that Allah assist me, and I embolden myself to say to him, My wish is to become a connection of thine, through the marriage of thine daughter, the Lady Badr al-Badur, to my son Aladdin, and they will surely decide at once that I am demented, and will thrust me forth in disgrace and despised. I will not tell thee that I shall thereby fall into danger of death. For it will not only be I, but likewise thou. However, O my son, of my regard for thine inclination, I needs must be embolden myself, and hie thither. Yet, O my child, if the king receive me, and honor me on account of the gift, and inquire of me what you desirest, Aladdin's mother said to her son, And in reply I ask of him that which thou desirest, in the matter of thy marriage with his daughter. How shall I answer him? And he asked me, as is man's wont, What estates hast thou, and what income? And perchance, O my son, he will question me of this, before questioning me of thee. Aladdin replied, 'Tis not possible that the Sultan should make such demand, what time he considereth the jewels and their magnificence. Nor is it meet to think of such things as these which may never occur. Now do thou but arise and set before him this present of precious stones, and ask of him his daughter for me. And sit not yonder making much of the difficulty in thy fancy, ere this thou hast learned, O mother mine, that the lamp which we possess hath become to us a stable income, and that whatso I want of it, the same is supplied to me. And my hope is that by means thereof I shall learn how to answer the Sultan, should he ask me of that thou sayest. Then Aladdin and his mother fell to talking over the subjects all that night long. And when morning morrowed, the dame arose and heartened her heart, especially as her son had expounded to her some little of the powers of the lamp and the virtues thereof, to wit, that it would supply all they require of it. Aladdin, however, seeing his parent take courage when he explained to her the workings of the lamp, feared lest she might tattle to the folk thereof. So he said to her, O my mother, beware how thou talk of the properties of the lamp and its profit, as this is our one great good. Guard thy thoughts lest thou speak overmuch concerning it, before others whoso they might be. Haply we shall lose it, and lose the boon of fortune we possess, and the benefits we expect for that 'tis of him. His mother replied, "Fear not thereof, O my son." And she arose and took the bowl full of jewels, which she wrapped up in fine kerchief, and went forth betimes that she might reach the divan ere it became crowded. When she passed into the palace, the levee not being fully attended, she saw the wazirs and sundry of the lords of the land going into the presence room. After a short time, when the divan was made complete by the ministers and high officials and chieftains and emirs and grandees, the sultan appeared, and the wazirs made their obeisance, and likewise the nobles and the notables. The king seated himself upon the throne of his kingship, and all present at the levee stood before him with crossed arms, awaiting his commandment to sit. And when they received it, each took his place according to his degree. Then the claimants came before the sultan, who delivered sentence after his wonted way, until the divan was ended. When the king arose and withdrew into the palace, and the others all went their ways, Aladdin's mother, having come the earliest of all, found means of entering without any addressing her or offering to lead her to the presence. And she ceased not standing until the divan ended. And when the sultan arose and withdrew into the palace, and the others all went about their business, and when she saw the throne empty, and the king passing into his harem, she also wended her ways and returned home. But as soon as her son espied her, bowl in hand, he thought that haply something untoward had befallen her. But he would not ask aught until such a time as she had set down the bowl, when she acquainted him with that which had occurred, and ended by adding, "Allah Madallah, Laud to the Lord, O my child, that I found courage enough and secure for myself standing in the levee for this day. And I dreaded to bespeak the king yet in Salah. On the morrow I will address him. Even today were many who, like myself, could not get audience of the Sultan. But be of good cheer, O my son, and tomorrow needs must I bespeak him for thy sake, and what happened not may happen." When Aladdin heard his parents' word, he joyed with excessive joy, and although he expected the matter to be managed hour by hour for excess of his love and longing for the lady Badr al-Badur, yet he possessed his soul in patience. They slept well that night, and betimes next morning the mother of Aladdin arose and went with her bowl to the king's court, which she found closed. So she asked the people, and they told her that the Sultan did not hold a levee every day, but only thrice in the Senat. Whenever she determined to return home, and after this, whenever she saw the court open, she would stand before the king till the reception ended. And when it was shut, she would go to make sure thereof, and this was the case for the whole month. The Sultan was wont to remark her presence at every levee. But on the last day, when she took her station, as was her wont, before the council, she allowed it to close, and lacked boldness, and to come forward and speak even a syllable. Now as the king, having risen, was making for his harem, accompanied by the grand wazir, he turned to him and said, "O wazir, during the last 6 or 7 levee days, I see yonder old woman present herself at every reception, and I also note that she also carrieth something under her mantilla. Say me, hast thou, O wazir, any knowledge of her and her intention?" "O my lord the Sultan," said the other, "verily women be weakly of wits, and haply this good wife cometh hither to complain before thee against her good man, or some of her people." But this reply was far from satisfying the Sultan. Nay, he bade the wazir, in case she should come again, set her before him, and forthright the minister placed hand on head, and exclaimed, "To hear is to obey, O lord the Sultan." Mother of Aladdin made a practice of repairing the divan every day, and passing into the room and standing opposite the king. Albeit she was sorrowful and sore aweary. Withal, for her son's sake, she endeavored to make easy all her difficulties. Now one day of the days when she did according to her custom, the The Sultan cast his eyes upon her as she stood before him, and said to his great wazir, "This be the very woman whereof I spake to thee yesterday. So do thou straightway and bring her before me, that I may see what be her suit and fulfill her need." Accordingly, the minister at once introduced her, and when in the presence he saluted the king by kissing her fingertips and raising them to her brow, and praying for the Sultan's glory and continuance and the permanence of his posterity, bussed ground before him. Thereupon quoth he, "O woman, for sundry days I have seen thee attend the levee, sans a word said. So tell me, an thou have any requirement I may grant." She kissed ground a second time, and after blessing him answered, "Yea, verily, as thy head liveth, O king of the age, I have want, but first of all, do thou deign grant me a promise of safety, that I may prefer my suit to the ears of our lord the Sultan, for haply the highness may find it a singular." The king, wishing to know her need, and being a man of unusual mildness and clemency, gave his word for her immunity, and bade forthwith dismiss all about him, remaining without other but the grand wazir. Then he turned towards his suppliant, and said, "Inform me of thy suit. Thou hast the safeguard of Allah Almighty." "O king of the age," replied she, "I also require of thee pardon." And quoth he, "Allah pardon thee even as I do." Then quoth she, "O our lord the Sultan, I have a son, Aladdin hight, and he one day of the days, having heard the crier commending all men to shut shop and shun the streets, for that the lady Badr al-Badur, daughter of the Sultan, was going to the Hammam, felt an uncontrollable longing to look upon her, and hid himself in a stead whence he could sight her right well, and that place was behind the door of the baths. When she entered, he beheld her and considered her as he wished, and but too well. For since the time he looked upon her, O king of the age, unto this hour life hath not been pleasant to him, and he hath required of me that I ask her to wife for him from thy highness. Nor could I drive this fancy from his mind, because love of her hath mastered his vitals, and to such degree that he said to me, Know thou, O mother mine, that an I win not my wish, surely I shall die. Accordingly I hope that thy highness will deem me be mild and merciful, and pardon this boldness on the part of me and my child, and refrain to punish us therefore." When the Sultan heard her tale, he regarded her with kindness, and laughing aloud asked her, "What may be that thou carriest, and what be in your kerchief?" And she, seeing the Sultan laugh in lieu of waxing wroth at her words, forthright opened the wrapper, and set before him the bowl of jewels, whereby the audience hall illuminated, as it were, by lustres and candelabra, and he was dazed and amazed at the radiance of the rare gems, and when he fell to marveling at their size and beauty and excellence. When the king saw the gems, he was seized by surprise, and cried, "Never at all until this day saw I anything like these jewels for size and beauty and excellence, nor deem that there be found in my treasury a single one like them." Then he turned to his minister and asked, "What sayest thou, seen in thine time such mighty fine jewels as these?" The other answered, "Never I saw such, our lord the Sultan, nor do I think that there be in any treasures of my lord the Sultan the fellows of the least thereof." The king resumed, "Now indeed whoso hath presented to me such jewels meriteth to become the bridegroom to my daughter Badr al-Badur, because as far as I see, none is more deserving of her than he." When the wazir heard the Sultan's words, he was tongue-tied with concern, and he grieved with sore grief, for the king had promised to give the princess in marriage to his son. So after a little while he said, "O king of the age, thy highness deign promised me that the lady Badr al-Badur should be spouse to my son. So 'tis but right that thine exalted highness vouchsafe us a delay of 3 months, during which time, inshallah, my child may obtain and present an offering yet costlier than this. Accordingly, the king Aladdin knew that such a thing could not be done, or by the wazir, or by the greatest of his grandees. Yet of his grace and kindness granted him the required delay. Then he turned to the old woman, Aladdin's mother, and said to her, "Go to thy son and tell him I have pledged my word that my daughter shall be in his name. Only 'tis needful that I make the requisite preparations of the nuptial furniture for her use, and 'tis only meet that he take patience for the next 3 months." Receiving this reply, Aladdin's mother thanked the Sultan and blessed him. Then going forth in hottest haste, as one flying for joy, she went home, and when her son saw her entering with a smiling face, he was gladdened at the sign of good news, especially because she had returned without delay, as on the fast days, and had not brought back the bowl. Presently he asked her, saying, "Inshallah, thou bearest me, O my mother, glad tidings, and peradventure the jewels and their value have wrought their work, and belike thou hast been kindly received by the king, and he hath shown thee grace, and hath given ear to thy request." So she told him the whole tale, how the Sultan had treated her well, and had marveled at the extraordinary size of the gems and their surpassing water, and did also the wazir, adding, "And he promised to his daughter should be thine. Only, O my child, the wazir spoke of a secret contract made with him by the Sultan before he pledged himself to me. And after speaking privily, the king put me off to the end of 3 months. Therefore I have become fearful lest the wazir be evilly deposed to thee, and perchance he may attempt to change the Sultan's mind." When Aladdin heard his mother's words, and how the Sultan had promised him his daughter, deferring, however, the wedding until after the 3rd month, his mind was gladdened, and he rejoiced exceedingly, and said, "Inasmuch as the king hath given his word after 3 months, well, it is a long time. At all events, my gladness is mighty great." Then he thanked his parents, showing her how her good work had exceeded her toil and travail, and said to her, "By Allah, O my mother, hereto I was a tweer in my grave, and therefore thou hast withdrawn me, and I praise Allah Almighty, because I am at this moment certified that no man in the world is happier than I, or more fortunate." Then he took patience until 2 of the 3 months had gone by. Now one day of the days, and his mother fared forth about sundown to the bazaar, that she might buy somewhat of oil. And she found all the market shops fast shut, and the whole city decorated, and the folk placing waxen tapers and flowers at their casements. And she beheld the soldiers and household troops, and agas riding in procession, and flambeau and lustre flaming and glaring. And she wondered at the marvelous sight and the glamour of the scene. So she went into an oilman's store, which stood open still, and bought her need of him, and said, "By thy life, O uncle, tell me what be the tidings in town of this day, that the people have made all these decorations at every house and market street are adorned, and the troops all stand on guard." The oilman asked her, "O woman, I suppose thou art a stranger, and not of this city?" And she answered, "Nay, I am a townswoman." And he rejoined, "Thou art a townswoman, and yet wottest not that this very night the son of the Grand Wazir goeth in to the Lady Badr al-Badur, daughter of the Sultan? He is now in the Hammam, and all this power of soldiery is on guard and standing under arms to await his coming forth, when they will bear him in bridal procession to the palace where the princess expecteth him." As the mother of Aladdin heard these words, she grieved and was distraught, and thought and perplexed how to inform her son of this sorrowful event. well knowing that the poor youth was looking hour by hour to the end of the 3 months. But she returned straightway home to him, and when she had entered, she said, O my son, I would give thee certain tidings, yet hard to me will be the sorrow they shall occasion thee. He cried, Let me know what be thy news. And she replied, Verily, the Sultan hath broken his promise to thee in the matter of the lady Badr al-Badur. And this very night the Grand Wazir's son goeth into her. And for some time, O my son, I have suspected that the minister would change the king's mind, even as I told thee how he had spoken privily to him before me. Aladdin asked, How learnest thou that the Wazir's son is this night to pay his first visit to the princess? So she told him the whole tale, how when going to buy oil, she had found the city decorated, and the eunuch officials, and the lord of the land with the troops under arms, awaiting the bridegroom from the baths, and that the first visit was appointed for that very night. Hearing this, Aladdin was seized with a fever of jealousy, brought on by his grief. However, after a short while, he remembered the lamp. Recovering his spirits, he said, By thy life, O my mother, do thou believe that the Wazir's son will not enjoy her as thou thinkest. But now leave we this discourse, and arise thou and serve up supper, and after eating let me retire to my own chamber, and all will be well and happy. Aladdin, after he had supped and retired to his chamber, and locking the door, brought out the lamp and rubbed it, whereas forthright appeared to him its familiar, who said, Ask whatso thou wantest, for I am thy slave, and slave to him who holdeth the lamp in their hand. I and all the slaves of the lamp. He replied, Hear me, I prayed the Sultan for his daughter to wife, and he plighted her to me after 3 months. But he hath not kept his word. Nay, he hath given her to the son of the Wazir, and this very night the bridegroom will go into her. Therefore I command thee, and thou be a trusty servitor up to the lamp, that when thou shalt see the bride and bridegroom bedded together on this night, at once take them up, and bear them hither abed, and this be what I want of thee. The Marid replied, Hearing and obeying, and if thou have any other service but this, do thou demand of me all thou desirest. Quoth Aladdin, At the present time I require not save that I bade thee do. Hereupon the slave disappeared, and Aladdin returned to pass the rest of the evening with his mother. But at the hour when he knew that the servitor would be coming, he arose and retired to his chamber. And after a little while, behold, the Marid came, bringing to him the newly wedded couple upon their bridal bed. Aladdin rejoiced to see them with exceeding joy. Then he cried to the slave, Carry yonder gallows bird hence, and lay him at full length in the privy. His biddings were done straightway, but before leaving him, the slave blew upon the bridegroom a blast so cold that it shivered him, and the plight of the Wazir's son became piteous. Then the servitor, returning to Aladdin, said to him, An thou require aught else, inform me thereof. And said the other, Return a morn, that thou mayest restore them to their stead. Whereto I hear and obey, quoth the Marid, and vanished. Presently Aladdin arose, hardly believing that the affair had been such a success for him. But when as he looked upon the Lady Badr al-Badur, lying under his own roof, albeit he had long burned with her love, yet he persevered respect for her, and said, O princess of fair ones, think not that I brought thee hither to diminish thy honor. Heaven forbid. Nay, 'twas only to prevent the wrong man enjoying thee, for that thy sire the Sultan promised thee to me. So do thou rest in peace. When the Lady Badr al-Badur, daughter of the Sultan, saw herself in that mean and darksome lodging, and heard Aladdin's words, she was seized with fear and trembling, and waxed clean distraught, nor could she return aught of reply. Presently the youth arose, and stripping off his outer dress, placed a scimitar between them, and lay upon the bed beside the princess. And he did no villainous deeds, for it sufficed him to prevent the consummation of her nuptials with the wazir's son. On the other hand, the Lady Badr al-Badur passed the night, the evilest of all nights, nor in her born days had she seen a worse, and the same was the case with the minister's son, who lay in the chapel of ease, and who dared not stir for the fear of the jinn which overwhelmed him. As soon as it was morning, the slave appeared before Aladdin without the lamp being rubbed, and said to him, O my lord, an thou require aught, command me, therefore, that I may do it, upon my head and mine eyes. Said the other, Go take up and carry the bride and bridegroom to their own apartment. So the servitor did his bidding in an eye-glance, and bore away the pair, and placed them in the palace, as whilesome they were, and without their seeing any one. But both died of fright when they found themselves being transported from stead to stead, and the Marid had barely time to set them down, and went his ways, ere the Sultan came on a visit of congratulation to his daughter. And when the wazir's son heard the doors thrown open, he sprang straight away from his couch and donned his dress, for he knew that none save the king could enter at that hour. Yet it was exceedingly hard for him to leave his bed, wherein he wished to warm himself a trifle after his cold night in the water closet, which he had lately left. The Sultan went into his daughter Badr al-Badur, and kissing her between the eyes, gave her good morning, and asked her of her bridegroom, and whether she was pleased and satisfied with him. But she returned no reply whatever, and looked at him with the eye of anger, and although he repeated his words again and again, she held her peace, nor bespake him with a single syllable. So the king quitted her, and going to the queen, informed her of what had taken place between him and their daughter. And the mother, unwilling to leave the Sultan, angered with their child, said to him, O king of the age, this be the custom of most newly married couples, at least during their first days of marriage, for that they are bashful and somewhat coy. So deign thou excuse her, and after a little while she will again become herself, and speak with the folk as before. Whereas now her shame, O king of the age, keepeth her silent. However, 'tis my wish to fare forth and see her. Thereupon the queen arose and donned her dress, then going to her daughter, wished her good morning, and kissed her between the eyes. Yet would the princess make no answer at all, whereat quoth the queen to herself, Doubtless some strange matter hath occurred to trouble her with such trouble as this. So she asked her, saying, O my daughter, what hath caused this thy case? Let me know what hath betided thee, that, when I come and give thee good morning, thou hast not a word to say to me. Thereat the Lady Badr al-Badur raised her head and said, Pardon me, O my mother. 'Twas my duty to meet thee with all respect and worship, seeing that thou hast honored me by this visit. However, I pray thee to hear the cause of this my condition, and see how the night I have just spent hath been to me the evilest of the nights. Hardly had we laid down, O my mother, than one whose form I will not uplifted our bed, and transported it into a darksome place, fulsome and mean. Then the princess related to the queen mother all that had befallen her that night, and how they had taken away her bridegroom, leaving her alone and lonesome, and how after a while came another youth who lay beside her in lieu of her bridegroom, after placing his scimitar between her and himself. And in the morning, she continued, he who carried us off returned and bore us straight back to our own stead. But at once, when he arrived hither, he left us, and suddenly my sire the Sultan entered at the hour and moment of our coming, and I had not heart nor tongue to speak to him withal, for the stress and terror and trembling which came upon me. Haply such lack of duty may have proved sore to him. So I hope, O my mother, that thou wilt acquaint him with the cause of this my condition, and that he will pardon me for not answering him, and blame me not, but rather accept my excuses." When the queen heard these words of Princess Badr al-Badur, she said to her, "O my child, compose thy thoughts, and now tell me such tale before any haply shall he say, Verily the Sultan's daughter hath lost her wits, and thou hast done right well in not choosing to recount thine adventure to thy father. And beware, and again I say beware, O my daughter, lest thou inform him thereof." The princess replied, "O my mother, I have spoken to thee like one sound in senses, nor have I lost my wits. This be what befell me, and if thou believe it not because coming from me, ask my bridegroom." To which the queen replied, "Rise up straightway, O my daughter, and banish from thy thoughts such fancies as these, and robe thyself, and come forth to glance at the bridal feasts and festivities they are making in the city for the sake of thee and thy nuptials, and listen to the drumming and the singing, and look at the decoration, all intended to honor thy marriage, O my daughter." So saying, the queen at once summoned the tirewomen, who dressed and prepared the Lady Badr al-Badur, and presently she went in to the Sultan and assured him that their daughter had suffered during all her wedding night from swevens and nightmare, and said to him, "Be not severe with her for not answering thee." Then the queen sent privily for the wazir's son and asked of the matter, saying, "Tell me, are these words of the Lady Badr al-Badur soothfast or not?" But he, in his fear of losing his bride out of hand, answered, "O my lady, I have no knowledge of whereof thou speakest." Accordingly, the mother made sure that her daughter had seen visions and dreams. The marriage feast lasted throughout that day, and with a homas and singers, and the smiting of all manner instruments, and of mirth and merriment, while the queen and the wazir and his son strave right strenuously to enhance the festivities that the princess might enjoy herself. And that day they left nothing of what exciteth to pleasure unrepresented in her presence, to the end that she might forget what was in her thoughts, and derive increase of joyance. Yet did not of this take any effect upon her. Nay, she sat in silence, sad of thought, sore perplexed at what had befallen her during the last night. It is true that the wazir's son had suffered even more because he had passed his sleeping hours lying in the water closet. He, however, had falsed the story, and had cast out remembrance of the night in the first place, for his fear of losing his bride, and with her the honor of a connection which brought him such excess of consideration, and for which men envied him so much. And secondly, on account of the wondrous loveliness of the Lady Badr al-Badur, and her marvelous beauty. Aladdin also went forth that day and looked at the merrymaking which extended throughout the city as well as the palace, and he fell a-laughing, especially when he heard the folk prating of the high honor which had accrued to the son of the wazir, and the prosperity of his fortunes in having become son-in-law to the Sultan, and the high consideration shown by the wedding feasts. And he said in his mind, "Indeed ye wot not, O ye miserables, what befell him last night, that ye envy him." But after darkness fell, and it was time for sleep, Aladdin arose, and retiring to his chamber, rubbed the lamp, whereupon the slave incontinently appeared. When the slave appeared in presence of Aladdin, he was bidden to bring him the Sultan's daughter together with her bridegroom, as on the past night, ere the wazir's son could abate her maidenhead. So the Marid, without stay or delay, vanished for a little while, until the appointed time, when he returned carrying the bed whereupon lay the Lady Badr al-Badur and the wazir's son. And he did with the bridegroom as he had done before, to wit, he took him up and lay him at full length in the jakes, and there left him dried up for excess of fear and trembling. Then Aladdin arose, and placing the scimitar between himself and the princess, lay down beside her. And when day broke, the slave restored the pair to their own place, leaving Aladdin filled with delight at the state of the minister's son. Now, when the Sultan woke up a morn, he resolved to visit his daughter and see if she would treat him as of the past day. So shaking off his sleep, he sprang up and arrayed himself in his raiment, and going to the apartment of the princess, bade open the door. Thereat the son of the wazir arose forthright and came down from his bed and began donning his dress, while his ribs were wrung with cold, for when the king entered, the slave had but just brought him back. The sultan, raising the arras, drew near his daughter as she lay abed, and gave her good morning. Then kissing her between the eyes, he asked her of her case, but saw her looking sour and sad, and she answered him not at all, only glowering at him as one in anger, and plight was pitiable. Hereat the Sultan waxed wroth with her, for that she would not reply, and he suspected that something evil had befallen her. Whereupon he bared his blade, and cried to her, brand in hand, saying, What be this hath betided thee? Either acquaint me with what happened, or this very moment I will take thy life. Is such conduct the token of honor and respect I expect of thee, that I address thee, and thou answerest not a word? When the lady Badir al-Badur saw her sire in high dudgeon, and the naked glaive in his grip, she was freed from her fear of the past. So she raised her head and said to him, O my beloved father, be not wroth with me, nor hasty in thy hot passion, for I am excusable in what thou shalt see of my case. So do thou lend an ear to what occurred to me, and well I wot that after hearing my account of what befell to me during these last 2 nights, thou wilt pardon me, and thy highness will be softened to pitying me, even as I claim of thee affection for thy child. Then the princess informed her father of all that had betided her, adding, O my sire, and thou believe me not, ask my bridegroom, and he will recount this to thy highness the whole adventure. Nor did I know either what they would do with him when they bore him away from my sight, or where they would place him. When the Sultan heard his daughter's words, he was saddened, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Then he sheathed his saber and kissed her, saying, O my daughter, where didst thou not tell me what happened on the past night, and I might have guarded thee from this torture and terror which visited thee a second time? But now 'tis no matter. Rise and cast out all such care, and tonight I will set a watch to ward thee, nor shall any mishap again make thee miserable. Then the Sultan returned to his palace, and straightway bade summon the Grand Wazir, and asked him, as he stood before him in his service, O Wazir, how dost thou look upon this matter? Haply thy son hath informed thee of what occurred to him and to my daughter. The minister replied, O king of the age, I have not seen my son yesterday or today. Hereat the Sultan told him all that had afflicted the princess, adding, 'Tis my desire that thou at once seek tidings of thy son concerning the facts of this case. Peradventure of her fear my daughter may not be fully aware of what really befell her. Withal I hold all her words to be truthful. So the Grand Wazir arose, and going forth bade summon to his son, and asked him anent all his lord had told him, whether it be true or not. The youth replied, O my father, the Wazir heaven forbid that the Lady Badir al-Badur speak falsely. Indeed, all she said was sooth, and these 2 nights prove to us the evilest of our nights, instead of being nights of pleasure and marriage's joy. But what befell me was the greater evil, because instead of sleeping abed with my bride, I lay in the wardrobe, a black hole, frightful, noisome, of stench, truly damnable, and my ribs were bursting with cold. In fine, the young man told his father the whole tale, adding as he ended it, O dear father mine, I implore thee to speak with the Sultan, that he may set me free from this marriage. Yes, indeed, 'tis a high honor for me to be the Sultan's son-in-law, and especially the love of the princess hath gotten hold of my vitals. But I have no strength left to endure a single night like unto these last 2. The wazir, hearing the words of his son, was saddened and sorrowful exceedingly, for it was his design to advance and promote his child's by making him son-in-law to the Sultan. So he became thoughtful and perplexed about the affair, and the device whereby to manage it, and it was sore grievous for him to break off the marriage, it having been a rare enjoyment to him that he had fallen upon such high good fortune. Accordingly he said, "Take patience, O my son, until we see what may happen this night, when we will set watchmen toward you. Nor do thou give up the exalted distinction which hath fallen to none save thyself." Then the wazir left him, and returning to the Sarvan, reported all that had been told to him by the Lady Badr al-Badur was a true tale. Whereupon quoth the Sultan, "Since the affair is on this wise, we require no delay." And he at once ordered all the rejoicings cease and the marriage to be broken off. This caused the folk and the citizens to marvel at the matter, especially when they saw the Grand Wazir and his son leaving the palace in pitiable plight for grief and stress of passion. And the people fell to asking, What hath happened, and what is the cause of this wedding being made null and void?" Nor did any know aught of the truth save Aladdin the lover, who claimed the princess's hand, and he laughed in his sleeve. But even after the marriage was dissolved, the Sultan forgot nor even recalled to mind his promise made to Aladdin's mother, and the same was the case with the Grand Wazir, while neither had any inkling of whence befell them that which had befallen. So Aladdin patiently awaited the lapse of these 3 months, after which the Sultan had pledged himself to give him to wife his daughter. But as soon as ever the term came, he sent his mother to the Sultan for the purpose of requiring him to keep his covenant. So she went to the palace, and when the king appeared in the divan and saw the old woman standing before him, he remembered his promise to her concerning the marriage after a term of 3 months. And he turned to the minister and said, "O Wazir, this be the ancient dame who presented me with the jewels, and whom we pledged our word that when the 3 months had elapsed we would summon her to our presence before all others." So the minister went forth and fetched her, and when she went into the Sultan's presence she saluted him and prayed for his glory and permanence of prosperity. Hereat the king asked her if she needed aught, and she answered, "O king of the age, the 3 months' term thou assignedst to me is finished, and this is thy time to marry my son Aladdin with thy daughter, the Lady Badr al-Badur." The Sultan was distraught at this demand, especially when he saw the old woman's pauper condition, one of the meanest of her kind, and yet the offering she had brought to him was of the most magnificent, far beyond his power to pay the price. Accordingly he turned to the Grand Wazir and said, "What device is there with thee? In very sooth I did pass my word, yet meseemeth that they be pauper folk, and not persons of high condition." The Grand Wazir, who was dying of envy, and who was especially saddened by what had befallen his son, said to himself, "How shall one like this wed the king's daughter, and my son lose the highmost honor?" Accordingly he answered his sovereign, speaking privily, "O my lord, 'tis an easy matter to keep off a poor devil such as this, for he is not worthy that thy highness give his daughter to a fellow whom none knoweth what he may be." "By what means," inquired the Sultan, "shall we put off the man when I pledged my promise, and the word of the king is their bond?" Replied the Wazir, "O my lord, my rede is that thou demand of him 40 platters made of pure sand gold and full of gems, such as the woman brought thee aforetime, with 40 white slave girls to carry the platters, and 40 black slave eunuchs." The king rejoined, "By Allah, O Wazir, thou hast spoken to the purpose, seeing that such thing is not possible, and by this way we shall be freed." Then quoth he to Aladdin's mother, "Do thou go and tell thy son that I am a man of my word, even as I plighted it to him, but on condition that he have power to pay the dower of my daughter, and that which I require of him is a settlement consisting of 20 platters of virgin gold, all brimming with gems the like of those thou broughtest to me. and as many white handmaids to carry them, and 20 black eunuch slaves to serve and escort the bearers. And thy son avail hereto, I will marry him with my daughter. Thereupon she returned home, wagging her head and saying in her mind, Whence can my poor boy procure these platters and such jewels? And granted that he return to the enchanted treasury, and pluck them from the trees, which, however, I hold impossible. Yet given that he bring them, whence shall he come by the white girls and the blacks? Nor did he leave communing with herself, till she reached her home, where she found Aladdin awaiting her. And she lost no time in saying, O my son, did I not tell thee never to fancy that thy power would extend to the Lady Badr al-Badur, and that such matter is not possible to folk like ourselves? Recount to me the news, quoth he. So quoth she, O my child, verily the Sultan received me with all honor according to his custom, and meseemeth his intentions toward us be friendly. But thine enemy is that accursed Wazir. For after I dressed the king in thy name, as thou badest me say, in very sooth and the promised term in past, adding, 'Twere well in thy highness would deign the issue commandment for the espousals of thy daughter, the Lady Badr al-Badur, to my son Aladdin. He turned to and addressed the minister, who answered him privily, after which the Sultan gave me his reply. Then she enumerated the king's demands and said, O my son, he indeed expecteth of thee an instant reply, but I fancy that we have no answer for him. When Aladdin heard these words, he laughed and said, O my mother, thou affirmest that we have no answer, and that thou deemest the case difficult exceedingly. But compose thy thoughts and arise, and bring me somewhat we may eat. And after we have dined, and the compassionate will be willing, thou shalt see my reply. And also the Sultan thinketh, like myself, that he hath demanded a prodigious dower in order to divert me from his daughter, whereas the fact is that he hath required of me a matter far less than I expected. But do thou fare forth at once, and purchase the provision, and leave me to procure thee a reply. So she went out to fetch her needful from the bazaar, and Aladdin retired to his chamber, and taking the lamp, rubbed it, when forthright appeared to him its slave, and said, Ask, O my lord, whatso thou wantest. The other replied, I have demanded of the Sultan his daughter to wife, and he hath required of me 40 bowls of purest gold, each weighing 10 pounds, and all to be filled with gems such as we find in the gardens of the Horde. Furthermore, that they may be borne on the heads of as many white slave girls, each attended by her black eunuch slave. Also 40 in full rate. So I desire that thou bring all those into my presence. Hearkening and obeying, O my lord, quoth the slave, and disappearing for the space of an hour or so. Presently returned, bringing the platters and jewels, handmaids and eunuchs. Then setting them before him, the Marid cried, This be what thou demandest of me. Declare now an thou want any matter or service other than this. Aladdin rejoined, I have need of naught else, but an I do, I will summon thee and let thee know. The slave now disappeared, and after a little while, Aladdin's mother returned home, and on entering the house, saw the blacks and the white slave girls. Hereat she wondered and exclaimed, All this proceedeth from the lamp which Allah perpetuate to my son. But ere she doffled her mantilla, Aladdin said to her, O my mother, this be thine time before the Sultan enter his Sheraligo palace. Do thou carry to him what he required, and wend thou with it at once, so he may know that I avail to supply all he wanteth, and yet more. Also that he is beguiled by his grand Wazir, and the twain imagined vainly that they would baffle me. Then he arose forthright and opened the house door. When the slave girls and the blackamoors paced forth in pairs, each girl with her eunuch beside her, until they crowded the quarter, Aladdin's mother foregoing them. And when the folk of that ward sighted such mighty fine sight and marvelous spectacle, All stood at gaze, and they considered the forms and the figures of the beautiful white slave girls, marveling at their beauty and loveliness. For each and every one wore robes inwrought with gold and studded with jewels, no dress being worth less than 10,000 dinars. Then they stared intently at the bowls, and albeit these were covered with pieces of brocade and orfrayed and dubbed with precious stones, yet the sheen outshot from them, dulled the shine of the sun. The folk, and especially the people of the quarter, stood marveling at this singular scene. Then Aladdin's mother walked forthwards, and all the slave girls and eunuchs paced behind her in the best of ordinance and disposition, and the citizens gathered to gaze at the beauty of the damsels, glorifying God the Most Great, until the train reached the palace and entered it accompanied by the tailor's widow. Now when the agas and chamberlains and army officers beheld them, all were seized with surprise, notably by seeing that the slave girls, who each and every would ravish the reason of an Ansharite, and albeit the royal chamberlains and officials were men of family, the sons of grandees and emirs, yet they could not but especially wonder at the costly dress of these young women and the platters borne upon their heads. Nor could they gaze at them open-eyed by reason of the exceeding brilliance and radiance. Then the nabobs went in and reported to the king, who forthright bade admit them to the presence chamber, and Aladdin's mother went in with them. When they stood before the sultan and saluted him with every sign of respect and worship, and prayed for his glory and prosperity, then they set down from their heads the bowls at his feet, having removed the brocade covers, rested with arms crossed behind them. The Sultan wondered with exceeding wonder, and was distraught by the beauty of the slave girls and their loveliness, which passed praise, and his wits were bewildered when he considered the golden bowls brimful of gems which captured the man's vision, and he was perplexed at the marvel until he became like dumb, unable to utter a syllable for the excess of his wonder. Also his sense was stupefied the more when he bethought him that within an hour or so all these treasures had been collected. Presently he was commended the slave girls to enter with what loads they bore, the dower of the princess. And when they had done his bidding, Aladdin's mother came forward and said to the Sultan, "O my lord, this be not much wherewith to honor the lady Badir al-Badur, but for that she merieth these things, multiplied times manifold." Hereat the sovereign turned to the minister and asked, "What sayest thou, O Wazir? Is not he who could produce such wealth in a time so brief, is he not, I say, worthy to become the Sultan's son-in-law and take the king's daughter to wife?" The minister, although he marveled at these riches even more than did the Sultan, whose envy was killing him and growing greater hour by hour, seeing his liege lord satisfied with the moneys and dower, and yet being unable to fight against the fact, made answer, "'Tis not worthy of her." Withal he fell to devising a device against the king that might withhold the lady Badir al-Badur from Aladdin. And accordingly he continued, "O my liege, the treasures of the universe, all of them, are not worth a nail paring of thy daughter. Indeed, thy highness hath prized these things overmuch in comparison with her." When the king heard these words of his grand wazir, he knew that the speech was prompted by excess of envy. So turning to the mother of Aladdin, he said, "O woman, go to thy son and tell him that I have accepted of him the dower, and stand to my bargain, and that my daughter be his bride, and he be my son-in-law. Furthermore, bid him that at once make act of presence, that I may become familiar with him. He shall see naught from me, save all honor and consideration. And this night shall be the beginning of the marriage festivities. Only, as I said to thee, let him come to me, and tarry not." Thereupon Aladdin's mother returned home with the speed of the storm winds, that she might hasten her utmost to congratulate her son, and she flew with joy at the thought that her boy was about to become son-in-law to the Sultan. After her departure, the king dismissed the divan, and entering the palace of the princess, bade them bring the bowls and the handmaids before him, and before her that she also might inspect them. But when the Lady Badr al-Badur considered the jewels, she waxed distraught and cried, "Meseemeth that in the treasuries of the world there be not found one jewel rivaling these jewels." Then she looked at the slave girls and marveled at their beauty and loveliness, and knew that all this came from her new bridegroom, who had sent them in her service. So she was gladdened, albeit she had been grieved and saddened on account of her former husband, the Wazir's son, and she rejoiced with exceeding joy when she gazed upon the damsels and their charms. Nor was her sire, the Sultan, less pleased and inspirited when he saw his daughter relieved of all her mourning and melancholy, and his own vanished at the sight of her enjoyment. Then he asked her, "O my daughter, do these things divert thee? Indeed, I deem that this suitor of thine be more suitable to thee than the son of the Wazir, and right soon, inshallah, O my daughter, shalt thou have fuller joy with him." Such was the case with the king, but as regards Aladdin, as soon as he saw his mother entering the house with face laughing for stress of joy, he rejoiced at the sign of glad tidings and cried, "To Allah alone be lauds, perfected is all I desired." Rejoined his mother, "And be gladdened at my good news, O my son, and harden thy heart and cool thine eyes for the winning of thy wish. The Sultan hath accepted thine offering, I mean the money and the dower of the Lady Badr al-Badur, who is now thine affianced bride. And this very night, O my child, is your marriage, and thy first visit to her, for the king, that he might assure me of his word, hath proclaimed to the world thou art his son-in-law, and promised this night to be the first night going in." But he also said to me, "Let thy son come hither forthright, that I may become familiar with him, and receive him with all honor and worship. And now here I am, O my son, at the end of my labors. Happen whatso may happen, as the rest is upon thy shoulders." Thereupon Aladdin arose and kissed his mother's hand and thanked her, enhancing her kindly service. Then he left her, and entering his chamber, took the lamp and rubbed it. When lo and behold, its slave appeared and cried, "Adsum, ask whatso thou wantest." The young man replied, "'Tis my desire that thou take me to a Haman whose like is not in the world. Then fetch me a dress so costly and kingly that no royalty ever owned its fellow." The Marid replied, "I hear and obey," and carried him to the baths, such as were never seen by kings of the Chosroes, for the building was of all alabaster and carnelian, and contained marvelous limnings which captured the sight, and the great hall was studded with precious stones. Not a soul was therein, but when Aladdin entered, one of the jinn in human shape washed him, and bathed him to the best of her desire. Aladdin, after having been washed and bathed, left the baths and went into the great hall, where he found that his old dress had been removed, and replaced by a suit of the most precious and princely. Then he was served with sherbets and ambergris coffee, and after drinking he arose, and a party of black slaves came forward and clad him in the costliest of clothing, then perfumed and fumigated him. It is known that Aladdin was the son of a tailor, a pauper, yet now none would deem him to be such. Nay, all would say, "This be the greatest that there is of the progeny of the kings. Praise be to him who changeth and who is not changed." Presently came the jinn, and lifting him up bore him to his home, and asked, "O my lord, tell me, hast thou aught of need?" He answered, "Yes, 'tis my desire that thou bring me 48 Mamelukes, of whom 24 shall forego me, and the rest follow me. The whole number with their war chargers and clothing and accoutrements, and all upon them, and their steeds must be of naught save of the highest worth and the costliest, such as may not be found in treasuries of the kings. Then fetch me a stallion fit for the riding of the Chosroes, and let him his fortune all thereof be of gold, crusted with the finest gems. Fetch me also 48,000 dinars, that each white slave girl may carry 1,000 gold pieces. 'Tis now my intent to fare to the Sultan, so delay thou not, for that with all these requirest whereof I bespake thee, I may not visit him. Moreover, set before me 12 slave girls. unique in beauty and race, and dight me with the most magnificent dresses, that they wend with my mother to the royal palace, and let every handmaid be robed in raiment befit queen's wearing. The slave replied, To hear is to obey, and disappearing for an eye twinkling, brought all that he was bidden, and led by hand a stallion whose rival was not amongst the Arabian Arabs, and its saddle cloth was of splendid brocade, gold inwrought. Thereupon, without stay or delay, Aladdin sent for his mother, and gave her the garments she should wear, and committed to her charge the 12 slave girls forming her suite to the palace. Then he sent one of the Mamelukes, whom the jinn had brought to see if the Sultan had left the Seraglio or not. The white slave went forth lighter than the lightning, and returning in like haste said, O my lord the Sultan awaiteth thee. Hereat Aladdin arose and took horse, his Mamelukes riding a van and a rear of him, and they were such that all must cry, Laud to the Lord who created them, and clothed them with such beauty and loveliness. And they scattered gold amongst the crowd in front of their master, who surpassed them all in comeliness and seemlihead. Nor needest thou ask concerning the sons of the kings. Praise be to the bountiful and the eternal. All this was of the virtues of the wonderful lamp, which whoso possessed him, it gifted with the fairest favor and finest figure, with wealth and with wisdom. The folk admired Aladdin's liberality and exceeding generosity, and all were distraught seeing his charms and elegance, his gravity and his good manners. They glorified the Creator for this noble creation. They blessed him each and every, and albeit they knew him for the son of such an one, the tailor, no man envied him. Nay, all owned that he deserved his great good fortune. The people were bewildered at Aladdin and his liberality and generosity, and all blessed and prayed for him, high and low, as he rode palace-wards with the Mamelukes before him and behind him, scattering gold upon the heads of the folk. Now the Sultan had assembled the lords of the land, and informing them of the promise he had passed to Aladdin touching the marriage of his daughter, he had bidden them await his approach, and then go forth, one and all, to meet him and greet him. Hereupon the emirs and the wazirs, the chamberlains, the nabobs, and the army officers took their stations, expecting him at the palace gate. Aladdin would fain have dismounted at the outer entrance, but one of the nobles whom the king had deputed for such duty approached him and said, O my lord, 'tis the royal command that thou enter riding thy steed, nor dismount except for the divan door. Then they all forewent him in a body and conducted him to the appointed place, where they crowded about him, these to hold his stirrup, and those supporting him on either side, whilst others took him by the hands and helped him dismount. After which all the emirs and nobles preceded him into the divan and led him close up to the royal throne. Thereupon the Sultan came down forthright from the seat of estate, and forbidding him to buss the carpet, embraced and kissed and seated him to the right and beside himself. Aladdin did whatso is suitable in the case of the kings of salutation and offering of blessings, and said, O our lord the Sultan, indeed the generosity of thy highness demanded that thou deign vouchsafe to me that the hand of thy daughter, the lady Badir al-Badur, albeit I undeserve the greatness of such gift, I being put on the humblest of thy slaves, and I pray Allah grant thee prosperity and perpetuance. But in very sooth, O king, my tongue is helpless to thank thee for the fullness of the favor, passing all measure, which thou hast bestowed upon me. And I hope of thy highness that thou wilt give me a piece of ground fitted for a pavilion, which shall besit thy daughter, the lady Badir al-Badur. The Sultan was struck with admiration when he saw Aladdin in his princely suit, and looked upon him, and considered his beauty and loveliness, and noted the Mamelukes standing to serve him in their comeliness and seemlihead. And still his marvel grew when the mother of Aladdin approached him in costly raiment and sumptuous clad as though she were a queen. And when he gazed upon the 12 slave girls standing before her with crossed arms and with all worship and reverence doing her a service, he also considered the eloquence of Aladdin and his delicacy of speech, and he was astounded thereat, he and all his who were present at the levee. Thereupon fire was kindled in the great wazir's heart for envy of Aladdin, until he was like to die. And it was worse when the Sultan, after hearing the youth's succession of prayers, and seeing his high dignity of demeanor, respectful withal, and his eloquence and his elegance of language, clasped him to his bosom and kissed him and cried, "Alas, O my son, that I have not enjoyed thy converse before this day." When the Sultan beheld Aladdin after such fashion, he rejoiced him with mighty great joy, and straightway bade the music, and the bade strike up. Then he arose, and taking the youth led him to the palace where supper had been prepared, and the eunuchs at once laid the tables. So the sovereign sat down and seated his son-in-law at his right side, and the wazirs and the high officials and lords of the land took places each according to his degree. Whereupon the bands played, a mighty fine marriage feast was dispread in the palace. The king now applied himself to making friendship with Aladdin, and conversed with the youth, who answered him with all courtesy and eloquence, as though he had been bred in the palaces of the kings, or he had lived with them in his daily life. And the more the talk was prolonged between them, the more did the Sultan's pleasure and delight increase, hearing his son-in-law's readiness of reply and his sweet flow of language. But after they had eaten and drunken, and the trays were removed, the king bade summon to the qazis and witnesses, who presently attended and knitted the knot, and wrote out the contract writ between Aladdin and the Lady Badr al-Badur. And presently the bridegroom arose, and would have fared forth, when his father-in-law withheld him and asked, "Whither away, O my child? The bride feats have begun, and the marriage is made, and the tie is tied, and the writ is written." He replied, "O my lord the king, 'tis my desire to edify for the Lady Badr al-Badur a pavilion befitting her station and high degree, nor can I visit her before doing so. But, inshallah, the building shall be finished within the shortest time, by the utmost endeavor of thy slave, and by the kindly regard of thy highness. And although I do, yes indeed, long to enjoy the society of the Lady Badr al-Badur, yet 'tis incumbent on me first to serve her, and it becometh me to set about the work forthright." "Look around thee, O my son," replied the Sultan, "for what ground thou deemest suitable to thy design, and do thy take all things into thy hands. But I deem the best for thee will be yonder broad plain facing my palace, and if it please the build thy pavilion thereupon." "And this," answered Aladdin, "is the sum of my wishes, that I may be near hand to thy highness." So saying, he farewelled the king, and took horse with his Mamelukes riding before him and behind him, and all the world blessed him and cried, "By Allah, he is deserving," until such time as he reached his home. Then he alighted from his stallion, and repairing to his chamber, rubbed the lamp, and beheld. The slave stood before him and said, "Ask, O my lord, whatso thou wantest." And Aladdin rejoined, "I require thee of a service grave and important, which thou must do for me. And 'tis that thou build me with all urgency a pavilion fronting the palace of the Sultan, and it must be a marvel, for it shall be provided with every requisite, such as royal furniture and so forth." The slave replied, "To hear is to obey." The slave vanished, and before the next dawn break, returned to Aladdin and said, "O my lord, the pavilion is finished to the fullest of thy fancy, and if thou wouldst inspect it, arise forthright and fare with me." Accordingly, he rose up, and the slave carried him in the space of an eye glance to the pavilion, which when Aladdin looked upon it, struck him with surprise at such building, all its stones being of jasper and alabaster, sumakai, marble, and mosaic work. Then the slave led him into the treasury, which was full of all manner of gold and silver, costly gems not to be counted, or computed, price to be estimated. Thence to another place, where Aladdin saw all requisites for the tables, plates and dishes, spoons and ladles, basins and covers, cups and tasses, the whole of precious metal. Thence to the kitchen, where they found the kitcheners provided with their needs and cooking batteries, likewise golden and silvern. Thence to a warehouse piled up with chests full packed of royal raiment, stuffs that captured on the reason, such as gold-wrought brocades from India and China, and kimcobs, or frayed cloths. Thence to many apartments replicate with appointments with which beggar description. Thence to the stables containing coursers whose like was not to be met with amongst the kings of the universe. And lastly, they went to the harness rooms, all hung with housings, costly saddles, and other furniture, everywhere studded with pearls and precious stones. And all of this was the work of one night. Aladdin was wonderstruck and astounded by the magnificent display of wealth which not even the mightiest monarch on earth could procure, and more so to see his pavilion fully provided with eunuchs and slave girls whose beauty would seduce even a saint. Yet the prime marvel of these pavilions was an upper kiosk or belvedere of 24 windows, all made of emeralds and rubies and other gems, and one window remained unfurnished at the requirement of Aladdin, that the Sultan might prove him impotent to complete it. When the youth had inspected the whole edifice, he was pleased and gladdened exceedingly. Then turning to the slave, he said, I require of thee still one thing, which is yet wanting, and whereof I had forgotten to tell thee. Ask, O my lord, thy want, quoth the servitor, and quoth the other. Demand of thee a carpet of the primest brocade, all golden wrought, which, when unrolled and outstretched, shall be extended hence to the Sultan's palace, in order that the Lady Badir al-Badur may, when coming hither, pace upon it and not tread common earth. The slave departed for a short while, and said on his return, O my lord, verily, that which thou demandest is here. Then he took him and showed him a carpet which wildered the wits, and it's extended from a palace to the pavilion. And after this the servitor bore off, and Aladdin set him down in his own home. The slave, after displaying the carpet to Aladdin, bore him to his home. Now day was brightening, so the Sultan rose from his sleep, and throwing open the casement looked out and espied, opposite his palace, a palatial pavilion ready and edified. Thereupon he fell to rubbing his eyes and opening them their widest, and considering the scene, and he soon was certified that the new edifice was mighty fine, and grand enough to bewilder the wits. Moreover, with amazement as great as he saw the carpet dispread between palace and pavilion. Like their lord, also the royal doorkeepers and the household, one and all, were dazed and amazed at the spectacle. Meanwhile, the wazir came in, and as he entered, espied the newly builded pavilion and the carpet, whereat he also wondered. And when he went into the Sultan, the twain fell to talking on this marvelous matter with great surprise, at a sight which distracted the gazer and attracted the heart. They said finally, in very truth of this pavilion, we deem that none of the royalties could build its fellow. And the king, turning to the minister, asked him, Hast thou seen now that Aladdin is worthy to be the husband of the princess, my daughter? Hast thou looked upon and considered this royal building, the magnificence of opulence, which thought of man cannot contain? But the wazir, in his envy of Aladdin, replied, O king of the age, indeed this foundation and this building and this opulence may not be saved by means of magic, nor can any man in the world, be he the richest in good or the greatest in governance, avail to found and furnish in a single night such edifice as this. The Sultan rejoined, I am surprised to see in thee how thou dost continually harp on evil opinion of Aladdin, but I hold that 'tis caused by thine envy and jealousy. Thou wast present when I gave him the ground at his own prayer for a place whereupon he might build a pavilion wherein to lodge my daughter. And I myself favored him with a site for the same, and that too before thy very face. But however that be, shall one who could send me as dower for the princess such store of such stones whereof the kings never obtained even a few, shall he, I say, be unable to edify an edifice like this? When the wazir heard the sultan's word, he knew that his lord loved Aladdin exceedingly. So his envy and malice increased. Only as he could do nothing against the youth, he sat silent and impotent to return a reply. But Aladdin, seeing that it was broad day, and the appointed time had come for his repairing to the palace, where his wedding was being celebrated, and the emirs and the wazirs and grandees were gathering together about the sultan to be present at the ceremony, arose and rubbed the lamp. And when its slave appeared and said, O my lord, ask whatso thou wantest, for I stand before thee and at thy service. Said he, I mean forthright to seek the palace, this day being my wedding festival, and I want thee to supply me with 10,000 dinars. The slave vanished for an eye twinkling, and returned bringing the monies, when Aladdin took horse with his Mamelukes avan and a rear, and passed on his way, scattering as he went gold pieces upon the lieges until they were all were fondly affected towards him, and his dignity was enhanced. But when he drew near the palace, and the emirs and the akhaz and the army officers who were standing to await him noted his approach, they hastened straightway to the king and gave him the tidings thereof. Whereupon the sultan rose and met his son-in-law, and after embracing and kissing him, led him, still holding his hand, into his own apartment, where he sat down and seated him by his right side. The city was all decorated, and music rang through the palace, and the singers sang until the king bade bring the noon meal, when the eunuchs and Mamelukes hastened to spread the tables and trays, which are such as serve to the kings. Then the sultan and Aladdin and the lords of the land and the grandees of the realm took their seats and ate and drank until they were satisfied. And it was a mighty fine wedding in city and palace, and the high nobles all rejoiced therein, and the commons of the kingdom were equally gladdened, while the governors of provinces and nabobs of districts flocked from far regions to witness Aladdin's marriage and its processions and festivities. The sultan also marveled in his mind to look at Aladdin's mother, and to recall to mind how she was wont to visit him in pauper plight, while her son could command all this opulence and magnificence. And when the spectators who crowded the royal palace to enjoy the wedding feast looked upon Aladdin's pavilion and the beauties of the building, they were seized with an immense surprise that so vast an edifice as this could be reared on high during a single night. And they blessed the youth and cried, Allah gladden him, by Allah he deserveth all this, Allah bless his days. When dinner was done, Aladdin rose, and farewelling the sultan, took horse with his Mamelukes, and rode to his own pavilion, that he might prepare to receive therein his bride, the Lady Badr al-Badur. And as he passed, all the folk shouted their good wishes with one voice, and their words were, Allah gladden thee, Allah increase thy glory, Allah grant thee length of life, while immense crowds of people gathered to swell the marriage procession. And they conducted him to his new home, he showering gold upon them during the whole time. When he reached his pavilion, he dismounted and walked in and sat him down on the divan, whilst his Mameluke stood before him with arms afolded. Also after a short delay they brought him sherbets, and when these were drunk, he ordered his white slave girls and handmaids and eunuchs, and all those who were in his pavilion, to make ready for meeting the Lady Badr al-Badur. Moreover, as soon as mid-afternoon came, and the air had cooled, and the great heat of the sun was abated, the Sultan bade his army officers and emirs and wazirs go down into the Maidan plain, whither he likewise rode. And Aladdin also took horse with his Mamelukes, he mounting a stallion whose like was not among the steeds of the Arab al-Arba, and he showed his horsemanship in the hippodrome, and so played with the Jerid that none could withstand him, while his bride sat gazing upon him from the latticed balcony of her bower, and seeing him such beauty and cavaleries, she fell headlong in love of him, and was like to fly for joy. And after they had ringed their horses on the Maidan, and each had displayed whatso he could of horsemanship, Aladdin proving himself the best man of all, they rode in a body to the Sultan's palace, and the youth also returned to his own pavilion. But when it was evening, the wazirs and nobles took the bridegroom, and falling in, escorted him to the royal hammam, known as the Sultani. When he was bathed in perfume, as soon as he came out, he donned a dress more magnificent than the former, and took horse with the emirs and the soldier officers riding before him, and forming a grand cortege, wherein 4 of the wazirs bore naked swords round about him. All the citizens and the strangers and the troops marched before him in ordered throng, carrying wax candles and kettle drums and pipes and other instruments of mirth and merriment, until they conducted him to his pavilion. Here he alighted, and walking in, he took his seat and seated the wazirs and emirs who had escorted him, and the Mamelukes brought sherbets and sugared drinks, which they also passed to the people who had followed in his train. It was a world of folk whose tale might not be told. Withal, Aladdin bade his Mamelukes stand without the pavilion doors and shower gold upon the crowd. When the Sultan returned from the Maidan plain to his palace, he ordered the household men as well as women straightway to form a cavalcade for his daughter, with all ceremony, and bear her to her bridegroom's pavilion. So the nobles and soldier officers who had followed and escorted the bridegroom at once mounted, and the handmaids and eunuchs forth went with wax candles, and made a mighty fine procession for the Lady Badr al-Badur. And they paced down, preceding her, till they entered the pavilion of Aladdin, whose mother walked beside the bride. In front of the princess also fared the wives of the wazirs and the emirs, grandees and notables, and in attendance on her were 48 slave girls presented to her aforetime by her bridegroom, each handling in hand a huge syringe scented with camphor and ambergris, and set in candlestick of gem-studded gold. And reaching Aladdin's pavilion, they led her to her bower in the upper story, and changed her robes, and enthroned her. Then, as soon as the displaying was ended, they accompanied her to Aladdin's apartments. Presently he paid her the first visit. Now his mother was with the bride, and when the bridegroom came up and did off her veil, the ancient dame fell to considering the beauty of the princess and her loveliness. And she looked round at the pavilion, which was all litten up by gold and gems, besides the manifold candelabra of precious metals encrusted with emeralds and jacinths. So she said in her mind, "Once upon a time I thought the Sultan's palace mighty fine, but this pavilion is a thing apart, nor do I deem that any of the greatest kings of Chosroes attained in his day to aught like thereof. Also am I certified that all the world could not build anything even it." Nor less did the Lady Badr al-Badur fall to gazing at the pavilion and the marveling for its magnificence. Then the tables were spread, and they were all ate and drank and were gladdened, after which 80 damsels came before them, each holding in hand an instrument of mirth and merriment. Then they deftly moved their fingertips and touched the strings, smiting them into song most musical and most melancholy, till they rent the hearts of the heavens. Hereat the princess increased in marvel, and quoth she to herself, "In all my life ne'er heard I songs like these," till she forsook food, the better to listen. And at last Aladdin poured out for her wine, and passed it to her with his own hand. So great joy and jubilee went round amongst them, and it was a notable night, such as one Iskander, Lord of the Two Horns, had never spent in his time. When they had finished eating and drinking, then the tables were removed from before them. Aladdin arose and went into his bride. After soon as morning morrowed, he left his bed, and the treasurer brought him a costly suit and a a mighty fine of the most sumptuous robes worn by the kings. Then after drinking coffee devoured with ambergris, he ordered the horses be saddled, and mounting with his Mamelukes before and behind him rode into the Sultan's palace. And on his entering its court, the eunuchs went in and reported his coming to their lord. When the Sultan heard of Aladdin's approach, he rose up forthright to receive him, and embraced and kissed him as though he were his own son. Then, seating him on his right, he blessed and prayed for him, as did the Wazirs and Emirs, the lords of the land and the grandees of the realm. Presently the king commanded bring the morning meal, with which the attendants served up, and all broke their fast together. And when they had eaten and drunken their sufficiency, and the tables were removed by the eunuchs, Aladdin turned to the Sultan and said, O my lord, would thy highness deign honor for me this day at dinner in the house of the Lady Badir al-Badur, thy beloved daughter, and come accompanied by all thy ministers and grandees of the realm. The king replied, and he was delighted with his son-in-law, Thou art surpassing in liberality, O my son. Then he gave orders to all invited, and rode forth with them, Aladdin also riding beside him, till they reached the pavilion. And as he entered it and considered its construction, its architecture, and its stonery, all jasper and carnelian, his sight was dazed, and his wits were amazed at such grandeur and magnificence and of opulence. Then turning to the minister, he addressed him, What sayest thou? Tell me thou hast seen in all thy time aught like this amongst the mightiest of earth's monarchs, for abundance of gold and gems we are now beholding. The Grand Wazir replied, O my lord, the king, this be a feat which cannot be accomplished by might of monarch amongst Adam's sons, nor could the collected peoples of the universal world build a palace like unto this. Nay, even builders could not be found to make aught resembling it, save, as I said unto thy highness, by force of sorcery. These words certified the king that his minister spake not except in envy and jealousy of Aladdin, and would establish the royal mind that all this splendor was not made of man, but by means of magic and with the aid of the black art. So quoth him to he, Suffice thee so much, O Wazir, thou hast none other word to speak, and well I know what cause urgeth thee to say this. Then Aladdin preceded the Sultan till he conducted him to the upper kiosk, where he saw in its skylights windows and lattice casements and jalousies wholly made of emeralds and rubies and other costly gems. Whereat his mind was perplexed and his wits were bewildered, and his thoughts were distraught. Presently he took to strolling round the kiosk and solacing himself with these sights which captured his vision, till he chanced to cast a glance at the window, which Aladdin by design had left unwrought and not finished like the rest. And when he noted its lack of completion, he cried, Woe and well away for thee, O window, because of thine imperfection. And turning to his minister, he asked, Knowest thou the reason of leaving incomplete this window and its framework? The Wazir said to the Sultan, O my lord, I convinced that the want of finish in this window resulteth from thy highness having pushed down Aladdin's marriage, and he lacked the leisure to complete it. Now at that time Aladdin had gone in to his bride, and the Lady Badir al-Badur, to inform her of her father's presence. And when he returned to the king, asked him, O my son, what is the reason why the window of this kiosk was not made perfect? O king of the age, seeing the suddenness of my wedding, answered he, I failed to find artists for finishing it. Quoth the Sultan, I have a mind to complete it myself. And quoth Aladdin, Allah perpetuate thy glory, O the king, so shall thy memory endure in thy daughter's pavilion. The Sultan forthright bade summon jewelers and goldsmiths and ordered them to be supplied from the treasury with all their needs of gold and gems and noble ores, And when they were gathered together, he commanded them to complete the work still wanting in the kiosk window. Meanwhile, the princess came forth to meet her sire, the Sultan, who noticed, as she drew near, her smiling face. So he embraced her and kissed her, then led her to the pavilion, and all entered in a body. Now this was the time of the noonday meal, and one table had been spread for the sovereign, his daughter, and his son-in-law, and a second for the wazirs, the lords of the land, the grandees of the realm, the chief officers of the host, the chamberlains, and the nabobs. The king took seat between the princess and her husband, and when he put forth his hand to the food and tasted it, he was struck with surprise by the flavor of the dishes and their savory and sumptuous cooking. Moreover, there stood before him the 80 damsels, each and every saying to the full moon, "Rise, that I may seat myself within thy stead." All held instruments of mirth and merriment, and they turned the same and deftly moved their fingertips and smote the strings into song most musical and most melodious, which expanded the mourner's heart. Hereby the Sultan was gladdened, and time was good to him. And for high enjoyment he exclaimed, "In very sooth the thing is beyond the compass of king and Caesar." Then they fell into eating and drinking, and the cup went round until they had drunken enough. When the sweetmeats and fruits of sorts of other such edibles were served, the dessert being laid out in a different salon, whither they removed and enjoyed of these pleasures their sufficiency. Presently the Sultan arose, that he might see if the produce of his jewelers and goldsmiths favored that of the pavilion. So he went upstairs to them and inspected their work, and how they had wrought. But he noted a mighty great difference, and his men were far from being able to make anything like the rest of Aladdin's pavilion. After the king had inspected the work of his jewelers and goldsmiths, they informed him how all the gems stored in the lesser treasury had been brought to them and used by them, but that the whole had proved insufficient. Wherefore he bade open the greater treasury and gave the workmen all they wanted of him. Moreover, he allowed them, and it sufficed not, to take the jewels wherewithin Aladdin had gifted him. They carried off the whole and pushed on their labors, but they found the gems failed them. Albeit they not yet finished half the part wanting to the kiosk window. Herewith the king commanded them to seize all the precious stones owned by the wazirs and the grandees of the realm. But although they did this, his bidding, the supply still fell short of their requirements. The next morning, Aladdin arose to look at the jewelers' work, and remarked that they had not finished a moiety of what was wanting to the kiosk window. So he at once ordered them to undo all they had done and restore the jewels to their owners. Accordingly, they pulled out the precious stones and sent the sultans to the sultan and the wazirs to the wazirs. Then the jewelers went to the king and told him of what Aladdin had bidden. So he asked them, "What said he to you, and what was his reason, and wherefore was he not content that the window be finished, and why did he undo the work ye wrought?" They answered, "O our lord, we know not at all, but he bade us to face whatso we had done." Hereupon the sultan at once called for his horse, and mounting took the way pavilionwards. When Aladdin, after dismissing the goldsmiths and jewelers, had retired into his closet, and had rubbed the lamp, hereat straightway its servitor appeared to him and said, "Ask whatso thou wantest, thy slave is between thy hands." And said Aladdin, "'Tis my desire that thou finish the window which was left unfinished." The Marid replied, "On my head be it, and also upon mine eyes." Then he vanished, and after a little while returned, saying, "O my lord, verily that thou commandest me to do is completed." So Aladdin went upstairs to the kiosk and found the whole window in wholly finished state. And whilst he was still considering it, behold, a castrato came in to him and said, "O my lord, the sultan hath ridden forth to visit thee, and is passing through the pavilion gate." So Aladdin at once went down and received his father-in-law. The sultan, on seeing his son-in-law, cried to him, "Wherefore, O my child, hast thou wrought on this wise, and sufferedst not the jewelers to complete the kiosk window, leaving the pavilion in unfinished place?" Aladdin replied, "O king of the age, I left it not imperfect, save for a design of my own. Nor was I incapable of perfecting it, nor could I purpose that thy highness should honor me with visiting a pavilion wherein was aught of deficiency. And that thou mayest know, I am not unable to make it perfect. Let thy highness deign walk upstairs with me and see if anything remain to be done therewith or not." So the Sultan went up with him, and entering the kiosk fell to looking right and left, but he saw no default in any way in any of the windows, nay, he knew that all were perfect. So he marveled at the sight, and embraced Aladdin and kissed him, saying, "O my son, what be this singular feat? Thou canst work in a single night what in months the jewelers could not do. By Allah, I deem thou hast not brother nor rival in this world." Quoth Aladdin, "Allah prolong thy life and preserve thee to perpetuity. Thy slave deserveth not this encomium." And quoth the king, "By Allah, O my child, thou meritest all praise for a feat whereof all of the artists of the world were incapable." Then the Sultan came down and entered the apartments of his daughter, the Lady Badir al-Badur, to take rest beside her. And he saw her joyous exceedingly at the glory and grandeur wherein she was. Then after reposing a while, he returned to his palace. Now Aladdin was wont every day to thread the city streets with his Mamelukes, riding a van in rear of him, showering him rightward and leftward gold upon the folk, and all the world, stranger and neighbor, far and near, were fulfilled of his love for the excess of his liberality and generosity. Moreover, he increased the pensions of the poor, religious, and the paupers, and he would distribute alms to them with his own hand, by which good deed he won high renown throughout the realm, and most of the lords of the land and emirs would eat at his table, and men swore not at all save by his precious life. Nor did he leave faring to the chase and the Maidan plain, and the riding of horse, and playing at javelin play in the presence of the Sultan. And whenever the Lady Badir al-Badur beheld him disporting himself on the backs of steeds, she loved him much the more, and thought to herself that Allah had wrought her abundant good by causing to happen what so happened with the son of the Wazir, and by preserving her virginity intact for her true bridegroom, Aladdin. Aladdin won for himself day by day a fair fame and a rare report, while affection for him increased in the hearts of all the leeches, and the waxed greater in the eyes of men. Moreover, it chanced in that those days certain enemies took horse and attacked the Sultan, who armed and accounted an army to repel them, and made Aladdin commander thereof. So he marched with his men, nor ceased marching until he drew near the foe, whose forces were exceeding many, and presently, when the action began, he bared his band and charged home upon the enemy. Then battle and slaughter befell, and violent was the hurried burly, but at last Aladdin broke the hostile host, and put all to flight, slaying the best part of them, and pillaging their coin and cattle, property and possessions, and despoiled them of spoils that could not be counted nor computed. Then he returned victorious after a noble victory, and entered the capital, which had decorated herself in his honor, of her delight in him. And the Sultan went forth to meet him, and giving him joy embraced him and kissed him. And throughout the kingdom was held high festival with great joy and gladness. Presently the sovereign and his son-in-law repaired to the pavilion, where they were met by the Princess Badir al-Badur, who rejoiced in her husband, after kissing him between the eyes, led him to her apartments. After a time the Sultan also came, and they sat down while the slave girls brought them sherbets and confections which they ate and drank. Then the Sultan commanded that the whole kingdom be decorated for the triumph of his son-in-law and his victory over the invader. And the subjects and the soldiery and all the people knew only Allah in heaven and Aladdin on earth. For that their love, won by his liberality, was increased by his noble horsemanship and his successful battling for the country and putting to flight to the foe. That such then was the high fortune of Aladdin. But as regards The Maghrabi, the magician, after returning to his native country, he passed all this space of time in bewailing what he had borne of toil and travail to win the lamp, and mostly that his trouble had gone to vain, and that the morsel, when almost touching his lips, had flown from his grasp. He pondered all this and mourned and reviled Aladdin for the excess of his rage against him, and at times he would exclaim, "For this bastard's death underground I am well satisfied, and hope only that some time or other I may obtain the lamp, seeing how 'tis yet safe." Now one day of the days he struck a table of sand and jotted down the figures and carefully considered their consequence. Then he transferred them to the paper that he might study them and make sure of Aladdin's destruction and the safety of the lamp preserved beneath the earth. Presently he firmly established the sequence of the figures, mothers as well as daughters, but still he saw not the lamp. Thereupon rage overrode him, and he made another trial to be assured of Aladdin's death. But he saw him not in the enchanted treasure. Hereat his wrath still grew, and it waxed greater when he ascertained that the youth had issued from underground, and was now upon earth's surface alive and alert. Furthermore, that he had become owner of the lamp, for which he had himself endured such toil and travail and troubles as men may not bear save for so great an object. Accordingly, quoth he to himself, I have suffered sore pains and penalties, which none else could have endured for the lamp's sake, in order that I may carry it off, and this accursed hath taken it without difficulty. And who knoweth, and he wot the virtues of the lamp, than whose owner none in the world should be wealthier. The Maghrabi, the magician, having considered and ascertained that Aladdin had escaped from the souterrain, had gotten the boon of the lamp, said to himself, there is no help but that I work for his destruction. He then struck another geometric table, and examining the figure saw that the lad had won for himself unmeasurable riches, and had wedded the daughter of his king. So of his envy and jealousy he was fired with the flame of wrath, and rising without let or stay, he equipped himself and set forth for China land, where he arrived in due season. Now when he had reached the king's capital, wherein was Aladdin, he alighted one of the khans, and when he rested from the weariness of wayfare, he donned his dress and went down to wander about the streets, where he never passed a group without hearing them prate about the pavilion and its grandeur, and vaunt in the beauty of Aladdin, and his lonesomeness, his liberality and generosity, his fine manners, and his good morals. Presently he entered an establishment wherein men were drinking a certain warm beverage, and going up to one of those who were loud in their lauds, and he said to him, O fair youth, who may be the man ye describe and commend? Apparently thou art a foreigner, O man, answered the other, and thou comest from a far country. But even this granted, how happeneth it not hast heard of the Emir Aladdin, whose renown I fancy hath filled the universe, and whose pavilion, known by report to far and near, is one of the wonders of the world? How then never came to thine ears aught of this, or the name of Aladdin, whose glory and enjoyment our Lord increase, and his fame? The Mormon replied, the sum of my wishes is to look upon this pavilion, and if thou wouldest do me a favor, prithee guide me thereunto, for I am a foreigner. The man rejoined, to hear is to obey, and foraging him pointed out Aladdin's pavilion, whereunto the Moroccan fell to in considering it, and at once understood that it was the work of the lamp. So he cried, needs must I dig a pit for this accursed, this son of a snip, who could not earn for himself even an evening meal, and if the fates abet me, I will assuredly destroy his life, and send his mother back to spinning at her wheel, even as she wont erewise to do. So saying, he returned to his caravanserai in a sore state of grief and melancholy, and regret bred by his envy and hate of Aladdin. When the Maghrabi, the magician, reached his caravanserai, he took his astrological gear and geomantic table to discover where might be the lamp, and he found that it was in the pavilion, and not upon Aladdin's person. So he rejoiced thereat with joy exceeding, and exclaimed, "Now indeed 'twill be an easy task to take the life of this accursed, and I see my way to getting the lamp." Then he went to a coppersmith and said to him, "Do thou make me a set of lamps, and take from me their full price, and more I only would have thee hasten to finish them." Replied the smith, hearing and obeying, and fell a-working to keep his word, and when they were ready the Mormon paid him what price he required. Then taking them he carried them to the khan and set them in a basket. Presently he began wandering about the highways and market streets of the capital, crying aloud, "Ho, who will exchange old lamps for new lamps?" But when the folk heard him cry on the wise, they derided him and said, "Doubtless this man is jinn mad, for that he goeth about offering new for old." And a world followed him, and the children of the quarter caught him up from the place to place, laughing at him the while. Nor did he forbid them or care for their maltreatment. And he ceased not strolling about the streets till he came under Aladdin's pavilion, where he shouted with his loudest voice, and the boys screaming at him, "A madman, a madman!" Now destiny had decreed that the lady Badr al-Badur be sitting in her kiosk, when she heard one crying like a crier, and the children bawling at him. Only she understood not what was going on. So she gave orders to one of her slave girls, saying, "Go thou and see who 'tis this that crieth, and what be his cry." The girl failed forth and looked on, when she beheld a man crying, "Ho, who will exchange old lamps for new lamps?" And the little ones pursuing and laughing at him, and loudly laughed at the princess when this strange case was told to her. Now Aladdin had carelessly left the lamp in his pavilion without hiding it and locking it up in his strong box. And one of the slave girls who had seen it said, "O my lady, I think to have noticed in the apartment of my lord Aladdin an old lamp, so let us give it in change for a new lamp to this man, and see if his cry be truth or lie." Hereupon the princess said to the slave girl, "Bring the old lamp which thou saidst to have seen in thy lord's apartment." Now the lady Badr al-Badur knew naught of the lamp, and of the specialities thereof, which had raised Aladdin, her spouse, to such high degree and grandeur. And her only end and aim was to understand by experiment the mind of a man who would give in exchange the new for the old. So the handmaid fared forth and went up to Aladdin's apartment, and returned with the lamp to her lady, who, like all the others, knew nothing of the Megharabi's cunning tricks and his crafty device. Then the princess bade an Agha of the eunuchry go down and barter the old lamp for a new lamp. So he obeyed in her bidding, and after taking a new lamp from the man, he returned and laid it before his lady, who, looking at it, seeing that it was brand new, fell to laughing at the Mormon's wits. But the Moroccan, when he held the article in hand and recognized it for the lamp of the enchanted treasury, at once placed it in his breast pocket, and left all the other lamps to the folk who were bartering him. Then he went forth running till he was clear of the city, when he walked leisurely over the level grounds, and he took patience until night fell on him in desert ground, where was none other but himself. There he brought out the lamp, when suddenly appeared to him the Marid, who said, "Adsum, thy slave between thy hands is come. Ask of me whatso thou wantest." "'Tis my desire," the Mormon replied, "that thou upraise from its present place Aladdin's pavilion, with its inmates and all that be therein, not forgetting myself, and set it down upon my own land in Africa. Thou knowest my town, and I want the building placed in the gardens hard by it." The Marid slave replied, "Hearkening, obedience, close thine eyes, and open thine eyes, whereas thou shalt find thyself together with the pavilion in thine own country." This was done in an eye twinkling. The Moroccan and the pavilion, with all therein, were transported to the African land. Such was the work of the Megharabi the magician. But now let us return to the Sultan and his son-in-law. It was the custom of the king, because of his attachment to and his affection for his daughter, every morning, when he had shaken off sleep, to open the latticed casement and look out therefrom, that he might catch sight of her abode. So that day he arose and did as he wont. When the Sultan drew near the lattice casement of his palace, and looked out at Aladdin's pavilion, he saw not, nay, the sight was smooth and as a well-trodden highway, and like unto what it had been aforetime, and he could find not edifice nor offices. So astonishment clothed him as with a garment, and his wits were wildered, and he began to rub his eyes, lest they be dimmed or darkened, as to gaze intently. But at last he was certified that no trace of the pavilion remained, nor sign of its being, nor wist he the why and the wherefore of its disappearance. So his surprise increased, and he smote hand upon hand, and the tears trickled down his cheeks over his beard, for that he knew not what had become of his daughter. Then he sent out officials forthright and summoned the Grand Wazir, who at once attended, and seeing him in his piteous plight, said, "Pardon, O King of the age, may Allah avert from thee every ill. Wherefore art thou in such sorrow?" Exclaimed the sovereign, "Methink thou wottest not my case." And quoth the minister, "O no wise, O our Lord, by Allah, I know of it nothing at all." Then resumed the Sultan, "'Tis manifest thou hast not looked this day in the direction of Aladdin's pavilion." "True, O my lord," quoth the Wazir, "it must still be locked and fast shut." And quoth the king, "Forasmuch as thou hast no inkling of aught, arise and look out at the window, and see Aladdin's pavilion, whereof thou sayest 'tis locked and fast shut." The minister obeyed in his bidding, but could not see anything, or pavilion, or other place. So with mind and thoughts sore perplexed, he returned to his liege lord, who asked him, "Hast now learned the reason of my distress, and noted yon locked up palace and fast shut?" Answered the Wazir, "O King of the age, erewhile I represented to thy highness that this pavilion and these maidens be all magical." Hereat the Sultan, fired with wrath, cried, "Where be Aladdin?" And the minister replied, "He hath gone a-hunting," when the king commanded, without stay or delay, sundry of his agahas and army officers to go and bring him his son-in-law chained and with pinoyed elbows. So they fared forth until they found Aladdin, and when they said to him, "O our lord Aladdin, excuse us, nor be thou wroth with us, for the king hath commanded that we carry thee before him, pinioned and fettered, and we hope pardon from thee, because we are under the royal orders, which we cannot gainsay." Aladdin, hearing these words, was seized with surprise, and not knowing the reason of this, remained tongue-tied for a time, after which he turned to them and asked, "O assembly, have you not of knowledge concerning the motive of the royal mandate? Well, I wot my soul to be innocent, that I never sinned against king or against kingdom." "O our lord," answered they, "we have no inkling whatsoever." So Aladdin alighted from his horse and said to them, "Do ye whatso the Sultan bade you do, for the king's command is upon the head and the eyes." The Agas, having bound Aladdin in his bonds and pinoyed his elbows behind his back, haled him in chains and carried him to the city. But when the lieges saw him pinioned and ironed, they understood that the Sultan proposed to strike off his head, and forasmuch as he was loved of them exceedingly, all gathered together and seized their weapons. Then, swarming out of their homes, followed the soldiery to see what was to do. And when the troop arrived with Aladdin at the palace, they went in and informed the Sultan of this, whereat he forthright commanded the sworder to cut off the head of his son-in-law. Now as soon as his subjects were aware of this order, they barricaded the gates and closed the doors of the palace, and sent a message to the king, saying, "At this very moment we will level thine abode over the heads of all it containeth, and over thine own, if the least hurt or harm befall Aladdin." So the Wazir went in and reported to the Sultan, "O King of the age, thy commandment is about to seal the roll of our lives, and 'twere more suitable that thou pardon thy son-in-law, lest there chance to us a sore mischance, for that the lieges do love him far more than they love us." Now the sworder had already dispread the carpet of blood, and having seated Aladdin thereon, had bandaged his eyes. Moreover, he had walked round and several times awaiting the last orders of his lord, when the king looked out of the window and saw his subjects who had suddenly attacked him swarming up the walls, intending to tear them down. So forthright he bade the sworder to stay his hand from Aladdin, and commanded the crier, "Fare forth to the crowd and cry aloud." But he had pardoned his son-in-law and received him back into favor. But when Aladdin found himself free and saw the Sultan seated on his throne, he went up to him and said, "O my lord, inasmuch as thy highness hath favored me throughout my life, so of thy grace now deign me, let me know how and the wherein I have sinned against thee." "O traitor," cried the king, "unto this present I knew not of any sin of thine." Then turning to the wazir, he said, "Take him and make him look out the window, and after let him tell us where be his pavilion." And when the royal order was obeyed, Aladdin saw in the place level as well-trodden road, even as it had been ere the base of the building was laid, nor was there the faintest trace of edifice. Hereat he was astonished and perplexed, knowing not what had occurred. But when he returned to the presence, the king asked him, "What is it thou hast seen? Where is thy pavilion? And where is my daughter, the core of my heart, and my only child, than whom I have none other?" Aladdin answered, "O king of the age, I wot not thereof, nor aught of what hath befallen." And the Sultan rejoined, "Thou must know, O Aladdin, I have pardoned thee only that thou go forth and look into this affair, and inquire for me concerning my daughter. Nor do thou ever show thyself in my presence, except she be with thee. And if thou bring her not, but by the life of my head I will cut off the head of thee." The other replied, "To hear is to obey, only vouchsafe me a delay, and respite of some 40 days, after which I produce her not, strike off my head, and do with me whatso thou wishes." The Sultan said to Aladdin, "Verily I have granted thee thy request, a delay of 40 days, but think not thou canst fly from my hand, for I would bring thee back even if thou wert above the clouds, instead of being only upon earth's surface." Replied Aladdin, "O my lord the Sultan, as I said to thy highness, and I fail to bring her within term appointed, I will present myself for my head to be stricken off." Now when the folk and the leeches all saw Aladdin at liberty, they rejoiced with joy exceeding, and were delighted for his release. But the shame of his treatment, and the bashfulness before his friends, and the envious exultation of his foes had bowed down Aladdin's head. So he went forth a-wandering through the city ways, and was perplexed concerning his case, and knew not what had befallen him. He lingered about the capital for 2 days in saddest state, wotting not what to do in order to find his wife and his pavilion. And during this sundry of the folk privily brought him meat and drink. When the 2 days were done, he left the city to stray about the waste, and open lands outlying the walls, without a notion as to whither he should wend. And when he walked on aimlessly until the path led him beside a river, whereof the stress of sorrow that overwhelmed him, he abandoned himself to despair and thought of casting himself into the water. Being, however, a good Muslim, who professed the unity of the Godhead, he feared Allah in his soul, and standing upon the margin he prepared to perform the wuzu ablution. But as he was bailing up the water in his right hand and rubbing his fingers, it so chanced that he also rubbed the ring. Hereat its Marid appeared and said to him, "Adsum, thy thrall between thy hands is come. Ask of me whatso thou wantest." Seeing the Marid, Aladdin rejoiced with exceeding joy and cried, "O slave, I desire of thee that thou bring me before the pavilion, and therein my wife, the Lady Badir al-Badur, together with all and everything it containeth." "O my lord," replied the Marid, "'tis right hard upon me that thou demandest a service whereunto I may not avail. This matter dependeth upon the slave of the lamp, nor dare I even attempt it." Aladdin rejoined, "Forasmuch as the matter is beyond thy competence, I require it not of thee. But at least do thou take me up and set me down beside my pavilion, in what land soever that may be." The slave exclaimed, "Hearing and obeying, O my lord," and uplifting him high in the air with the space of an eye-glance, he set him down beside his pavilion in the land of Africa, and upon seeing a spot facing his wife's apartment. Now this was at fall of night, yet one look enabled him to recognize his home, whereby his cark and care were cleared away, and he recovered trust in Allah after cutting off all his hope to look upon his wife once more. Then he fell to pondering the secret and mysterious favors of the Lord, glorified be his omnipotence, and how after despair had mastered him, the ring had come to gladden him, and how when all hopes were cut off, Allah had deemed him bless him with the services of its slave. So he rejoined and his melancholy left him. Then as he passed for days without sleep for the excess of his cark and care and sorrow and stress of thought, he drew near his pavilion and slept under a tree hard by the building, which, as I had mentioned, had been set down amongst the gardens outlying the city of Africa. Aladdin lay that night under a tree beside his pavilion in all restfulness. But whoso weareth head hard by the headsman may not sleep o' night, save when a slumber prevail over him. He slumbered till morning showed her face, and when awakened by the warbling of the small birds, he arose and went down to the bank of the river, which flowed thereby into the city. And here again he washed hands and face, and after finished his wuzu ablution, then he prayed the dawn prayer, and when he had ended his orations, he returned and sat down under the windows of his princess's bower. Now the lady Badr al-Badur, of her exceeding sorrow for severance from her husband, and for her sire the Sultan, and for the great mishap which had happened to her from Magharabi the magician, the accursed, was wont to rise during the mirk preceding dawn, and to sit in tears inasmuch as she could not sleep o' nights, and had forsworn meat and drink. Her favorite slave girl, who would enter her chamber at the hour of prayer solution in order to dress and pleasure her, and this time by decree of destiny, when she threw open the window to let her lady comfort and console her by looking upon the trees and rills, and she herself peered out of the lattice, she caught sight of her master sitting below, and informed the princess of this, saying, O my lady, here's my lord Aladdin seated at the foot of the wall." So her mistress arose hurriedly, and gazing from the casement saw him, and her husband, raising his head, saw her. So she saluted him, and he saluted her, both being like to fly for joy. Presently quoth she, "Up and come in to me by the private postern, for now the accursed is not here," and she gave orders to the slave girl, who went down and opened for him. Then Aladdin passed through it and was met by his wife, when they embraced and exchanged kisses with all delight, until they wept for overjoy. After this they sat down, and Aladdin said to her, "O my lady, before all things 'tis my desire to ask thee a question. 'Twas my wont to place an old copper lamp in such part of my pavilion. What became of that same lamp?" When the princess heard these words, she sighed and cried, "O my dearling, 'twas the very lamp which garred us fall into this calamity." Aladdin asked her, "How befell this affair?" And she answered by recounting to him all that passed first and last, especially how they had given in exchange for an old lamp for a new lamp, adding, "And the next day we hardly saw one another at dawn before we found ourselves in this land. And he who deceived us and took the lamp by way of barter informed me that he had done the deed by might of his magic, and by means of the lamp, that he is a Mormon from Africa, and that we are now in his native country." When the lady Badr al-Badur ceased speaking, Aladdin resumed, "Tell me the intent of this accursed is in thy respect, also what he saith to thee, and what be his will of thee." She replied, "Every day he cometh to visit me once and no more. He would woo me to his love, and he sueth that I take him as spouse in lieu of thee, and that I forget thee, and be consoled for the loss of thee. And he telleth me that the Sultan my sire hath cut off my husband's head, adding that thou, the son of pauper parents, wast by him enriched. And he soothed me with talk, but never seeth aught from me save weeping and wailing, nor hath he heard from me one sugar-sweet word." Quoth Aladdin, "Tell me where he hath placed the lamp, and thou know anything thereof." And quoth she, He beareth it about on his body always, nor is it possible that he leave it for a single hour. Moreover, once when he related what I have now recounted to thee, he brought it out of his breast pocket and allowed me to look upon it. When Aladdin heard these words, he joyed exceeding joy, and said, O my lady, do thou lend your ear to me. 'Tis my design to go from thee forthright, and to return only after doffling this my dress. So wonder not when thou see me changed, but direct one of thy women to stand by the private pastern alway, and whenever she espy me coming out, at once to open. And now I will devise a device whereby to slain this damned loon. Herewith he arose, and issuing from the pavilion door, walked till he met on the way a fellah, to whom he said, O man, take my attire and give me the garments. But the peasant refused, so Aladdin stripped him of his dress perforce and donned it, leaving to the man his own rich gear by way of a gift. Then he followed the highway leading to the neighboring city, and entering it went to the perfumer's bazaar, where he bought one of some rarely potent bang, the son of a minute, paying 2 dinars for 2 drachms thereof, and he returned in disguise by the same road till he reached the pavilion. Here the slave girl opened to him the private pastern, wherethrough he went into the Lady Badir al-Badur. When Aladdin went in disguise to his wife, he said, Hear me, I desire of thee that thou dress and dight thyself in thy best, and thou cast off all outer show and semblance of care. And when the accursed Mahagarabi shall visit thee, do thou receive him with a welcome and fair welcome, and meet him with smiling face, and invite him to come and sup with thee. Moreover, let him note that thou hast forgotten Aladdin, thy beloved, likewise thy father, and that thou hast learnt to love him with exceeding love, displaying to him all manner. Then ask him for wine which must be red, and pledge him to his secret in a significant draught. And when thou hast given him 2 to 3 cups full, and hast made him wax careless, then drop these drops in his cup, and fill it with wine. No sooner shall he drink of it, than he will fall back on his back senseless as one dead. Hearing these words, the princess exclaimed, "'Tis exceedingly sore to me that I do such deed. Withal must I do it, that we escape the defilement of this accursed, who tortured me by severance from thee and from my sire. Lawful and right, therefore, is the slaughter of this accursed." Then Aladdin ate and drank with his wife what hindered his hunger. Then, rising without stay or delay, fared forth from the pavilion. So the Lady Badir al-Badur summoned the tire-woman, who robed and arrayed her in her finest raiment, and adored her and perfumed her. And as she was thus, behold, the accursed Maharabi entered. He joyed much seeing her in such case, and yet more when she confronted him contrary to her custom with a laughing face, and his love-longing increased in his desire to have her. Then she took him, and seating him beside her, said, "O my darling, do thou, and thou be willing, come to me this night, and let us sup together. Sufficient to me hath been my sorrow, for were I to sit mourning through 1,000 years, or even 2,000, Aladdin would not return to me from the tomb. And I depend upon thy say of yesterday, to wit, that my sire the Sultan slew him in his stress of sorrow for severance from me. Nor I wonder thou and I have changed this day from what I was yesterday. And the reason thereof is I have determined upon taking thee to friend and playfellow in lieu and succession of Aladdin. For that now I have none other man but thyself. So I hope for thy presence this night, that we may sup together, and we may carouse and drink somewhat of wine, each with other. And especially 'tis my desire that thou cause me taste the wine of thy natal soil, this African land, because belike 'tis better than aught of the wine of China we drink. I have with me some wine, but 'tis the growth of my country, and I vehemently wish to taste the wine produced in thine." When the Magharabi saw the love lavished upon him by the Lady Badir al-Badur, and noted her change from the sorrowful melancholy woman she was wont to be, He thought that she had cut off her hope of Aladdin, and he joyed exceedingly, and said to her, I hear and obey, O my lady. Whatso thou wishest, and all thou biddest. I have at home a jar of our country wine, which I have carefully kept and stored deep in the earth for a space of 8 years, and I will now fare and fill from it our need, and will return to thee in all haste. But the princess, that she might wheedle him the more and yet more, replied, O my darling, go not thou, leaving me alone, but send one of the eunuchs to fill for us thereof. And do thou remain sitting beside me, that I may find in thee my consolation. He rejoined, O my lady, none wotteth where the jar be buried save myself, nor will I tarry from thee. So saying, the Mormon went out, and after a short time he brought back as much wine as they wanted. Whereupon quoth the princess to him, Thou hast been at pains and trouble to serve me, and I have suffered for thy sake, O my beloved. Quoth he, O no wise, O eyes of me, I hold myself and honored by thy service. Then the lady Badr al-Badur sat with him at table, and the twain fell to eating. And presently the princess expressed a wish to drink, when the handmaid filled her cup forthright, and then crowned another for the Moroccan. So she drank to his long life and his secret wishes, and he also drank to her life. Then the princess, who was unique in eloquence and delicacy of speech, fell to making a cup companion of him, and beguiled him by addressing him in the sweetest terms full of hidden meaning. This was done only that he might become more madly enamored of her. But the Maghrabi thought that it was resulted from her true inclination for him, nor knew that it was a snare to set up to slay him. So his longing for her increased, and he was dying of love for her. For when he saw her address him in such tenderness of words and thoughts, and his head began to swim, and all the world seemed as nothing in his eyes. But when they came to the last of the supper, and the wine had mastered his brains, and the princess saw this in him, she said, With us there be a custom throughout our country, but I know not, and it be the usage of yours or not. The Mormon replied, And what may that be? So she said to him, At the end of supper each lover in turn taketh the cup of the beloved, and drinketh it off. And at once she crowned with wine, and bade the handmaid to carry to him her cup, wherein the drink was blending with the bahang. Now she had taught the slave girl what to do, and all the handmaids and eunuchs in the pavilion longed for the sorcerer's slaughter, and in that matter were one with the princess. Accordingly the damsel handed him the cup, and he, when he heard her word, and saw her drinking from his cup and passing hers to him, noted that all show of love, fancied himself Iskander, lord of the two horns. Then she said to him, while swaying gracefully to either side and putting her hand within his hand, O my life, here is thy cup with me. And my cup with thee, and on this wise do lovers drink from each other's cups. Then she bussed the brim and drained it to the dregs, and again she kissed its lip and offered it to him. Thereat he hewed for joy, and meaning to do the like, raised her cup to his mouth and drank off all the whole contents, without considering whether therein aught harmful or not. And forthright he rolled upon his back in death-like condition, and the cup dropped from his grasp. Whereupon the lady Badr al-Badur and the slave girls ran hurriedly and opened the pavilion door to their lord Aladdin, who, disguised as a fellah, entered therein. Aladdin, entering his pavilion, went up to the apartment of his wife, whom he had found still sitting at table, and facing her lay the Maghrabi as one slaughtered. So he at once drew near to her and kissed her and thanked her for this. Then, rejoicing with joy exceeding, he turned to her and said, Do thou with thy handmaids betake thyself to the inner rooms, and leave me alone for the present, that I may take counsel touching mine affair. The princess hesitated not, but went away at once, she and her women. Then Aladdin arose, and after locking the door upon them, walked up to the Mormon, and put forth his hand to his breast pocket, and thence drew the lamp, after which he unsheathed his sword and slew the villain. Presently he rubbed the lamp, and the Nighrs slave appeared and said, Ansem, O my lord, what is thou wantest? I desire of thee, said Aladdin, that thou take up my pavilion from this country, and transport it to the land of China, and put it there. Set it down upon the site where it was whilesome, fronting the palace of the Sultan. The Nighrs replied, Hearing and obeying, O my lord. Then Aladdin went and sat down with his wife, and throwing his arms round her neck, kissed her, and she kissed him, and they sat and conversed, while the genie transported the pavilion, all therein, to the place appointed. Presently Aladdin bade the handmaid spread the table before him, and he and Lady Badr al-Badur took seat thereat, and fell to eating and drinking in all joy and gladness, till they had their sufficiency. When removing to the chamber of wine and cup converse, they sat there and caroused in fair companionship, and each kissed other with loveliest. The time had been long and longsome since they enjoyed aught of pleasure, so they ceased not doing thus until the wine sun arose in their heads, and slept get hold of them, at which time they went to their bed in all ease and comfort. Early on the next morning Aladdin woke and awoke his wife, and the slave girls came in, and donned her dress, and prepared her and adorned her, whilst her husband arrayed himself in his costliest raiment. And the twain were ready to fly for joy at reunion after parting. Moreover, the princess was especially joyous and gladsome, because on that day she expected to see her beloved father. Such was the case of Aladdin and the Lady Badr al-Badur. But as regards the Sultan, after he drove away his son-in-law, he never ceased to sorrow for the loss of his daughter, and every hour of every day he would sit and weep for her, as women weep, because she was his only child, and he had none other to take to heart. And as he shook off sleep morning after morning, he would hasten to the window and throw it open, and peer in the direction where formerly stood Aladdin's pavilion, and pour forth tears until his eyes were dried up and their lids were unulcered. Now on that day he arose at dawn, and according to his custom looked out, when, lo and behold, he saw before him an edifice. So he rubbed his eyes and considered it curiously, when he became certified that it was the pavilion of his son-in-law. So he called for a horse without let or delay, and as soon as his beast was saddled, he mounted and made for the place. And Aladdin, when he saw his father-in-law approaching, went down and met him halfway. Then taking his hand, aided him to step upstairs to the apartment of his daughter. And the princess, being as earnestly desirous to see her father, descended and greeted him at the door of the staircase, fronting the ground floor hall. Thereupon the king folded her in his arms, and kissed her, shedding tears of joy, and she did likewise, till at last Aladdin led them to the upper saloon, where they took seats, and the Sultan fell to asking her case, and what had betided her. The Lady Badr al-Badur began to inform the Sultan of all which had befallen her, saying, O father, I recovered not life save yesterday, when I saw my husband. And he it was who freed me from the thraldom of the Makharabi the magician, that accursed, than whom I believe there be none viler on the face of the earth. But for my beloved I had never escaped him, nor hadst thou seen me during the rest of my days. But mighty sadness and sorrow get about me, O my father, not only for losing thee, but also for the loss of a husband, under whose kindness I shall be all the length of my life, seeing that he freed me from that frolsome sorcerer. Then the princess began repeating to her sire everything that happened to her, and relating to him how the Mormon had tricked her in the guise of a lamp seller who offered in exchange new for old, and how she had given him the lamp whose worth she knew not, and how she had bartered it away only to laugh at the lampsman's folly. And the next morning, O father, she continued, we found ourselves and whatso the pavilion contained in Africa land, till such time as my husband came to us and devised a device where we escaped. And had it not been for Aladdin's hastening to our aid, accursed was determined to enjoy me perforce. Then she told him of the bang drops administered stirred in the wine to the African, and concluded, "Then my husband returned to me, and how I know not, but we were shifted from Africa land to this place." Aladdin in his turn recounted how, finding the wizard dead drunken, he had sent away his wife and her women from the polluted place into the inner apartments, and now he had taken the lamp from the sorcerer's breast pocket, whereto he was directed by his wife, how he had slaughtered the villain, and finally how, making use of the lamp, had summoned its slave and ordered him to transport the pavilion back to its proper site, ending his tale with, "And if thy highness have doubt anent my words, arise with me and look upon the accursed magician." The king did accordingly, and having considered the Mormon, bade the carcass be carried forthright and burned, and its ashes scattered in the air. Then he took to embracing Aladdin and kissed him, said, "Pardon me, O my son, for that I was about to destroy thy life through the foul deeds of this damned enchanter, who cast thee into such pit of peril, and I may be excused, O my child, for what I did by thee, because I found myself forlorn of my daughter, my only one, who to me is dearer than my very kingdom. Thou knowest how the hearts of parents yearn unto their offspring, especially when, like myself, they have but one, and none other to love." And on this wise the Sultan took to excusing himself and kissing his son-in-law. Aladdin said to the Sultan, "O king of the time, thou didst not to me contrary to holy law, and I also sinned not against thee, but all the trouble came from the Maghrabi, the impure, the magician." Thereupon the Sultan bade the city be decorated, and they obeyed him and held high feast and festivities. He also commanded the crier to cry about the streets, saying, "This day is a mighty great feat, whereupon public rejoicings must be held throughout the realm, for a full month of 30 days in honor of the Lady Badr al-Badur and her husband Aladdin's return to their home." On this wise befell it with Aladdin and the Maghrabi, but withal the king's son-in-law escaped not wholly from the accursed, albeit the body had been burned, and the ashes scattered in the air. For the villain had a brother, yet more villainous than himself, and a greater adept in necromancy, geomancy, and astromancy. And even as the old saw saith, "A beam and 'twas split, so each one dwelt in his own quarter of the globe, that he might fill it with his sorcery, his fraud, and his treason." Now one day of the days it fortuned that the Mormon's brother would learn how it fared with him, so he brought out his sandboard, and dotted it, and produced the figures, which when he considered and carefully studied them, gave him to know that the man he sought was dead, and housed in the tomb. So he grieved and was certified of his decease, but he dotted a second time, seeking to learn the manner of the death, and where it had taken place. So he found that the site was the China land, and that the mode was the foulest of slaughter. Furthermore, that he who did him die was a young man, Aladdin hight. Seeing this, he straightway arose and equipped himself for the wayfare. Then he set out and cut across the wilds and worlds and heights for the space of many a month, until he reached China, and the capital of the Sultan, wherein was the slayer of his brother. He alighted at the so-called Stranger's Khan, and hiring himself a cell, took rest therein for a while. Then he fared forth and wandered about the highways, that he might discern some path which could aid him unto the winning of his ill-minded wish, to wit, of wreaking upon Aladdin blood revenge for his brother. Presently he entered a coffee house, a fine building which stood in the marketplace, and which collected a throng of folk to play, some at the mancala, others at the backgammon, and others at the chess, and what not else. There he sat down and listened to those seated beside him, and they chanced to be conversing about an ancient dame, and a holy by name Fatima, who dwelt always at her devotions in a hermitage without the town, and this she never entered, save only 2 days each month. They mentioned also that she had performed many saintly miracles, which when the Maghrabi the necromancer heard, he said himself, "Now I have found that which I sought, inshallah. God willing, by means of this crown I will win to my wish." The Maghrabi the necromancer went up to the folk who were talking of the miracles performed by the devout old woman, and said to one of them, "Oh, my uncle, I heard you all chanting about the prodigies of a certain saintess named Fatima. Who is she, and where may I find her abode?" "Marvelous," exclaimed the man. "How canst thou be in our city and yet never heard about the miracles of the Lady Fatima? Evidently, O thou poor fellow, thou art a foreigner, since the fastings of this devotee, and her asceticism in worldly matters, and the beauties of her piety never came to thine ears." The Mormon rejoined, "'Tis true, O my lord. Yes, I am a stranger, and came to this your city only yesternight. And I hope thou wilt inform me concerning the saintly miracles of this virtuous woman, and where may be her woe. For that I have fallen into a calamity, and 'tis my wish to visit her and crave her prayers. So haply Allah, to whom be honor and glory, will, through her blessings, deliver me from mine evil." Hereat the man recounted to him the marvels of Fatima the devotee, and her piety, and the beauties of her worship. Then, taking him by the hand, went with him to without the city, and showed him the way to her abode, a cavern upon a hillock's head. The necromancer acknowledged his kindness in many words, and thanking him for his good offices, returned to his cell in the caravanserai. Now, by the fiat of fate, on the very next day, Fatima came down to the city, and the Magharabi the necromancer happened to leave his hostelry a morn, when he saw the folk swarming and crowding, wherefore he went up to discover what was to do, and he found the devotee standing amidstmost the throng, and all who suffered from pain or sickness flocked to her, soliciting a blessing and praying for her prayers, and each and every she touched and became whole of his illness. The Moroccan, the necromancer, followed her about until she returned to her altar. Then, awaiting the evening, he arose and repaired to a vintner's store, where he drank a cup of wine. After this he fared forth the city, and finding the devotee's cavern, entered it, and saw her lying prostrate with her back upon a strip of matting. So he came forward and mounted upon her belly. Then he drew his dagger and shouted at her, and when she awoke and opened her eyes, she espied a Moorish man, and with an unsheathed poniard sitting upon her middle, as though about to kill her. She was troubled and sore terrified. But he said to her, "Hearken, and thou cry out utterword, and I will slay thee at this very moment. Arise, and do all I bid thee, before I cut open thy belly." Then he sware to her an oath that if she obeyed his orders, whatever they might be, he would not do her dire. So saying, he rose up from off her, and Fatima also arose, when he said to her, "Give me thy gear, and take off thy habit." Whereupon she gave to him her clothing and her head fillets, her face handkerchief, and her mantilla. Then quoth he, "'Tis also requisite that thou anoint me with somewhat shall make the color of my face unto like thine." Accordingly she went into the inner cavern, bringing out a gallipot of ointment, spread somewhat thereof upon her palm, and with it besmeared his face until its hue favored her own. Then she gave him her staff, and showing him how to walk and what to do, when he entered the city, hung her rosary around his neck. Lastly she handed him a mirror and said, "Now look, thou differest from me is naught." And he saw himself Fatima's counterpart, as though she had never come or gone. But after obtaining his every object, he falsed his oath, and asked for a cord which she brought to him. Then he seized her and strangled her in the cavern. And presently, when she was dead, haled the corpse outside and threw it into a pit hard by. The Magharabi, after murthening Fatima, threw her body into a pit and went back to sleep in her cavern. And when he broke the day, he rose, and repairing to the town, took his stand under the walls of Aladdin's pavilion. Hereupon flocked the folk about him, all being certified that he was Fatima the devotee, and he fell to doing whatso she was wont to do. He laid hands on these in pain, and recited those a chapter of the Quran, and made orations for a third. Presently the thronging of the folk and the clamoring of the crowd were heard by the lady Badr al-Badur, who said to her handmaidens, "Look, what is to do, and what be the cause of this turmoil?" Thereupon the Gagha of the eunuchry fared forth to see what might be the matter, and presently returning said, "O my lady, this clamor is caused by the lady Fatima, and if thou be pleased to command, I will bring her to thee. So shalt thou gain through her a blessing. The princess answered, Go bring her forth, since many a day I am always hearing of her miracles and her virtues, and I do long to see her and get a blessing by her intervention, for the folk recount her manifestation in many cases of difficulty. The Egha went forth and brought in the Moroccan, the necromancer, habited in Fatima's clothing. And when the wizard stood before the lady Badr al-Badur, he began at first sight to bless her with a string of prayers. Nor did any one of those present doubt all but that he was the devotee herself. The princess arose and salaamed him to them, then seating him beside her, said, O my lady Fatima, 'tis my desire that thou abide with me alway. So might I be blessed through thee, and also learn of thee paths of worship and piety, and follow thine example, making for salvation. Now all this was a foul deceit of the accursed African, and he designed furthermore to complete his guile. So he continued, O my lady, I am a poor woman, and a religious that dwelleth in the desert, and the like of me deserveth not to abide in the palaces of the kings. But the princess replied, Have no care whatever, O my lady Fatima. I will set apart for thee an apartment of my pavilion, that thou mayest worship therein, and none shall ever come to trouble thee. Also thou shalt avail to worship Allah in my place, better than in thy cavern. The Moroccan rejoined, Hearkening and obedience, O my lady. I will not oppose thine order, for that the commands of the children of the kings may not be gainsaid nor renounced. Only I hope of thee that my eating and drinking and sitting may be within my own chamber, which shall be kept wholly private, nor do I require or desire the delicacies of diet. But do thou favor me by sending thy handmaid every day with a bit of bread and sup of water, and when I feel fain of food, let me eat by myself in my own room. Now the accursed hereby proposed to avert the danger of haply raising his face kerchief at meal times, when his intent might be baffled by his beard and mustachios, discovering him to be a man. The princess replied, O my lady Fatima, be of good heart, naught shall happen save thou wishest. But now arise, and let me show thee the apartment in the palace which I will prepare for thy sojourn with us. The lady Badr al-Badur arose, and taking the necromancer, who had disguised himself as the devotee, ushered him into the place which she had kindly promised him for a home, and said, O my lady Fatima, here thou shalt dwell with every comfort about thee, and in all privacy and repose, and the palace shall be named after thy name. Whereupon the Megharabi acknowledged her kindness and prayed for her. Then the princess showed him the jalousies and the jeweled kiosk with its 24 windows, and said to him, What thinkest thou, O my lady Fatima, of this marvelous pavilion? The Mormon replied, By Allah, O my daughter, 'tis indeed passing fine, and wondrous exceedingly, nor do I deem that its fellow is to be found in the whole universe. But alas, for the lack of one thing which would enhance its beauty and decoration. The princess asked her, O my lady Fatima, what lacketh it, and would be this thing that would add to its adornment? Tell me thereof, inasmuch as I want to believe it is wholly perfect. The Moroccan answered, O my lady, all it wanteth is that there be hanging from the middle of the dome of the egg of a fowl called the ruh, and were this done, the pavilion would lack its peer all over the world over. The princess asked, What be this bird, and where can we find her egg? The Moroccan answered, O my lady, the ruh is indeed a giant fowl, which carrieth off camels and elephants in her pounces, and flieth away with them. Such is her stature and strength. Also this fowl is mostly found in Mount Kaf, and the architect who built this pavilion is able to bring thee one of her eggs. They then left such talk as it was the hour for noonday meal. And when the handmaid had spread the table, the lady Badr al-Badur sent down to invite the accursed African to eat with her. But he accepted not, for a reason he would on no wise consent. Nay, he rose and retired to the room which the princess had assigned him, and whither the slave girls carried his dinner. Now when evening evened, Aladdin returned to the chase, and met his wife, who salaamed him, and he clasped her to his bosom and kissed her. Presently, looking at her face, and saw thereon a shade of sadness, and he noted that contrary to her custom, she did not laugh. So he asked her, "What hath betided thee, O my dearling? Tell, hath aught have happened to trouble thy thoughts?" "Nothing whatever," answered she, "but, O my beloved, I fancied that our pavilion lacked not at all. However, O eyes of mine, O Aladdin, were the dome of the upper story hung with an egg of the fowl called a ruh, there would be naught like it in the universe." Her husband rejoined, "And for this trifle thou art saddened, when 'tis the easiest of all matters to me? So cheer thyself, and whatever thou wantest, 'tis enough thou inform me thereof, and I will bring it from the abysses of the earth in the quickest time and at the earliest hour." Aladdin, after refreshing the spirits of his princess, promised her all she could desire, repaired straightway to his chamber, and taking the lamp rubbed it. And when the Marid appeared without let or delay, saying, "Ask whatso thou wantest," said the other, "I desire thee to fetch me an egg of the bird ruh, and do hang it to the dome crown of this my pavilion." But when the Marid heard these words, his face waxed fierce, and he shouted with a mighty loud voice and a frightful, and cried, "O denier of kindly deeds, sufficeth it not for thee that I and all the slaves of the lamp are ever at thy service, but thou must also require me to bring thee our liege lady for thy pleasure, and hang her up at the pavilion dome for the enjoyment of thee, thy wife. Now by Allah, ye deserve thou and she and I that I reduce you to ashes this very moment, and scatter you upon the air. But inasmuch as ye twain be ignorant of this matter, unknowing its inner from its outer significance, I will pardon you, for indeed ye are but innocent. The offense cometh from that accursed necromancer, brother to the Maghrabi the magician, who abideth here representing himself to be Fatima the devotee, after assuming her dress and belongings and murdering her in the cavern. Indeed, he came hither seeking to slay thee by way of blood revenge for his brother, and 'tis he who taught thy wife to require this matter of me." So saying, the Marid vanished. But when Aladdin heard these words, his wits fled his head, and his joy trembled at the Marid's terrible shout. But he empowered his purpose, and rising forthright issued from his chamber, and went into his wife's. There he affected an ache of head, for that he knew how famous was Fatima for the art and mystery of her healing all such pains. And when the lady Badir al-Badur saw him sitting hand to head and complaining of unease, she asked him the cause, and he answered, "I know of none other save that my head acheth exceedingly." Hereupon she straightway bade summon Fatima, that the devotee might impose her hand upon his head. And Aladdin asked her, "Who may this Fatima be?" So she informed him that it was Fatima the devotee, who she had given home in the pavilion. Meanwhile the slave girls had fared forth and summoned the Maghrabi, and when the accursed made active presence, Aladdin rose up to him, and acting like one who knew not of his purses, salaamed to him as though he had been the real Fatima, and kissing the hem of his sleeve, welcomed him and entreated him with honor, and said, "O my lady Fatima, I hope thou wilt bless me with a boon, for well I wot practice in the healing of pains. I have gotten a mighty ache in my head." The Mormon, the accursed, could hardly believe that he heard such words, this being all that he desired. The Maghrabi necromancer, habited as the Fatima the devotee, came up to Aladdin that he might place his hand upon his head and heal his ache. So he imposed one hand, and putting forth the other under his gown, drew a dagger wherewith to slay him. But Aladdin watched him, and taking patience till he had wholly unsheathed the weapon, seized him, and with a forceful grip, and wrenching the dagger from his grasp, plunged it deeply into his heart. When the lady Badir al-Badur saw him do this wise, she shrieked and cried out, "What hath this virtuous and holy woman done, that thou hast charged thy neck with the heavy burthen of her blood, and shed wrongfully? Hast thou no fear of Allah, that thou killedst Fatima, this saintly woman, whose miracles are far famed?" "No," replied Aladdin, "I have not killed Fatima. I have slain only Fatima's slayer, he that is the brother of the Megharabi, the accursed, the magician, who carried thee off by his black art and transported my pavilion to the Africa land. And this damnable brother of his came to our city and wrought these wiles, murdering Fatima, and assuming her habit only that he might avenge me upon his brother's blood. And he also was who taught thee to require of me a roc's egg, that my death might result from such requirement. But an thou doubt my speech, come forwards and consider the person I have slain. Thereupon Aladdin drew aside the Mormon's face kerchief, and the lady Badr al-Badur saw the semblance of a man with full beard that well nigh covered his features. She at once knew the truth, and said to her husband, O my beloved, twice have I cast thee into death risk. But he rejoined, No harm in that, O my lady, by the blessing of your loving eyes. I accept with all joy all things thou bringest me. The princess, hearing these words, hastened to fold him in her arms, and kissed him, saying, O my dearling, all this for my love to thee, and I knew not thereof. But indeed I do not deem lightly of thine affection. So Aladdin kissed her and strained her to his breast, and the love between them waxed but greater. At that moment the Sultan appeared, and they told him all that happened, showing him the corpse of the Megharabi and the necromancer. When the king commanded the body to be burned and the ashes to be scattered on the air, even as had befallen the wizard's brother. And Aladdin abode with his wife, the lady Badr al-Badur, in all pleasure and joyance of life, and thenceforward escaped every danger. And after a while, when the Sultan had deceased, his son-in-law was seated upon the throne of the kingdom, and he commanded and dealt justice to the lieges, so that all the folk loved him. And he lived with his wife in all solace and happiness, and there came to him the destroyer of delights, and the severer of societies.